wait for at least acknowledgement of one person, and then I will start. Okay, we've got 2 people on here now. Hi, I hope you're doing okay. I'm just going to wait for the numbers to go up a little bit, and then I will start. Hi, who's that? Hi, Jane, hope you're doing okay. Difficult for me to see the screen because of the beautiful sunshine. Hi, Air Force, I hope you're well. I'm good, thanks very much. It's the 24th of June, 2026. I'm here in the UK, beautiful location. I've decided to go for a lovely bike ride. I've got a bike, and where I am is just beautiful at the moment. So it's been a really good day. I've had a swim in a lake, which has been the 2nd time since October last year that I've actually been submerged in water. And I've only had 1 shower, but don't worry, I am keeping relatively clean. It's amazing what you can do with a flannel and soap when you're in a location doing research, etc. The evidence is absolutely beyond anything I could ever have imagined. What we're finding, and this is why I've been a little bit quiet for the last few days, so I'm just going to touch base on a couple of bits of the evidence. It's a shame that there's not more people on here at the moment, but they will be very much wanting to control my information to suit their times and their agenda. We are dealing with, whichever way you look at this, criminals, cheats, and a very sinister, evil, historical element to humanity in all of this, going back a very long time. I'm just going to say a few things and I'm going to come to the comments. Hi Gavin, I'm just going to say hi to people that are on here. Hi Karen, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for doing well. Thank you very much for your comment. Just seeing who else is on here. So a little bit of a recap, and then I'm going to go into some of the mind-blowing evidence that is being acquired and how it relates, or is appearing to relate, to cosmology, the stars, and everything like that. Huge subjects. So as you're aware, if you've seen me before, I was in the police for 18 years, and I was in Kent Police from the year 2000 until 2006 in the southeast of England, and then I transferred to Dorset Police in 2006 until 2018, when I voluntarily resigned. In 2022, I was a director for a company called Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, which related to a block of flats in Bournemouth in Dorset. And I became a director for that company in 2009. So whilst I was still in the police, presuming it was all legitimate and, you know, everything was okay with it, I didn't quite realise where it was going to go. So I resigned from the police in 2018, and then in 2022, I started to uncover the most monumental evidence since creation began. And it started very simply with me wanting to look at the bank accounts for the company in relation to the building which Exbourne Manor related, and people started to become very suspicious, or they were acting very suspiciously, which triggered my investigation. Okay, so there was a resignation through the chairman after I wanted to look at the bank documents, which effectively meant I became the acting chairman of the company, trying to establish what had been going on. Through my inquiries, which involved many emails over several months, multiple meetings, reports then being made to various relevant organisations, I established that there was a system of international government fraud that actually linked back into prophecy, into the Vatican, into the Collider technology, into the blood of the children, exposing the entire world's historical corruption, going back 2,000 years now. We're talking at least, I mean, we're talking monumental evidence now all linking into this. So the system of fraud is where our governments have been forging the Companies House registration systems and the incorporation documents, which are in the UK, but it's internationally linked. Okay, so you have countries all over the world connected to organisations here that then are linked to those criminal organisations, and they do this, or they have been doing this, by forging the register and the incorporation documents, by duplication of records and by non-verification of people's details. So allowing false names, false addresses to be used, duplicating records, variations of records to hide the ability to launder money and funnel that money into whatever agenda they feel, tying into falsified prophecies and into Collider technology and how that links into the blood, etc. So this is a very base level 100% certainty as to what we're dealing with here. Okay, we are 100% living under a criminal system, which means it goes against the creator. Okay, because we know, as I keep saying, the moral conscience came from the creator into humanity. It's not a taught, certainly not a taught thing with me. Okay, the level of my moral conscience and how I respect life in particular has not come from my parents to the extent that it's within me. So it's come from somewhere else. And of course, the whole system has gone against moral conscience. And you have certainly every mainstream religion, three main Abrahamic faiths: Judaism, Christianity, Muslims, Islam, but also a lot of the other faiths, all connected into this international system of government fraud. So we know they've gone against the creator. All right. Now, when you look at the obvious evidence, it shows that there is, without doubt, a connection into Satanism, okay, into satanic cults. And satanic cults is a real element of the removal of the moral conscience in it, okay, because it basically is saying the opposite of the creator. It's an inversion of creation, if you like. And so because we know creation was within its very foundation, it had the implementation of moral conscience, that explains why the whole system is inverted against that. The whole system is an illusion because they have gone against their own criminal legislation laws to commit them through the forgery. Every bit of money that's been taken somebody is theft, right? Because of the crime behind the corporations running the world systems, right? It's a complete inversion. Now, until this evidence was exposed and found, we never really knew how the royal government's going back, certainly since the Companies House registration was created in 1844, but how their system of crime would have been working going back. So obviously it is the lack of transparency within the public opinion, right? That is a huge part of why we're in this mess, because then you only have to have a small number of people running the system that are corrupted by the removal of moral conscience or the implementation of satanic cults to start controlling the world through that monetary system, for the world to then lead into a point of or a path of destruction for all of humanity potentially. So anyway, there's so much to say. I'm just trying to think where to go with this, because the evidence is just overwhelming. Right? So the document's probably getting over 3,000 pages now, proving everything. But some of the key points that's recently kind of come up, I'm going to just talk about the key evidence, and then I'm going to come to your comments. So there's a very particular point in history that's now been identified via research, all right, within the 1300s, going in towards the 1400s, based on the evidence that we've got at the moment. So in 1307, it looks as though the Grand Master of the Knights Templar was taken hostage or captured, and then tortured for 7 days for refusing to release secret information of a hidden bloodline of Christ. Okay, so the information is the Knights Templar, and this is what all of the other evidence is supporting as well. Okay, at the moment, but I am finding evidence continuously, which obviously means my theory and all of this could change, and the information and understanding what's really happened could change. So anyway, 1307, on Friday the 13th, supposedly this, which is where Friday the 13th of this has come from, he was captured and refused to disclose a mission to hide the bloodline of Christ and potentially the bones of Mary Magdalene and Christ. So this was in 1307. In 1313, the only reason I found this is I had a dream about 2 weeks ago, something like that, maybe a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and I was woken up with the date of 1333. Okay, it was 1333. Sorry. Now, I don't know where that came from, that dream. Okay, it just literally came into my head. Now, if you look at the numbers straight away, 13 is relevant. Okay, 13 ties with the bloodline of Christ. You've got the 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati, which ties into this. You've got Friday the 13th. You've got 13 all over the American dollar bill, 13 stars in the flag, 13 steps in the pyramid on the $1 bill. The pyramid becomes relevant to the symbology of the bloodline of Christ as well, and how that links into everything I'm telling you about, hopefully today, or some of it today. There's too much to say all now. And the 13 also links to 007, okay, which obviously links to James Bond and the Flemings, because Christ was 13 years old, according to the information, in the year 7 AD, going back even further. Okay, so this becomes relevant. The number 33 is very relevant for many, many reasons. One reason being Christ was 33 years old when he was crucified, or just over 33, I believe. There's 33 vertebrae in the back. There's 33. The number for gematria for amen is 33. There's lots and lots of references to 33. Now, Christ began his ministry when he was aged 30, and he then was crucified at 33. I was introduced to Exborn Manor when I was 30, and they created CERN Limited, and loads of and information occurred regarding the Christchurch earthquake. And Christchurch, which represents Christ, represents the X, which is an abbreviation of Christ, and X links into the symbology of the bloodline of Christ going back into the Knights Templar. Now, if you've seen me before, you'll know there is a connection to me through the Company's House record to a 13th century Knights Templar location. So this is also linking in with the 13th century, okay, which becomes very relevant in what I'm going to be telling you. So this 33 is very relevant. And where was I going to go with that? There's lots of other things I can't think of. So you have this year 1333, my dream 1333. That day I had a conversation with somebody out the 1300s and John Dee, who lived around that time. Okay, John Dee was living around the time of the 13th century, and he was apparently the inspiration for 007. Okay, where it came from. So I basically searched a connection to the Flemings in 1333. What came up was a battle that occurred linking in with and the kings in that very year 1333. So it identified a Fleming connection in that year, in this battle, in Dumbarton. Dumbarton now becomes relevant to Gerald McCann, which links to Madeleine McCann. Okay, the information suggests that Gerald McCann lived in Glasgow, but was brought. There was a couple of little bits of conflicting information. Actually, there's some information suggesting he was born in Dumbarton, which I'd previously heard, and then there's information suggesting he was born in Glasgow and he was brought up in Dumbarton. Anyway, this battle is linked to Dumbarton in 1333, which ties into the Flemings. So we now have a historical link to the 13th century, to the Flemings, linking in to the ancestry of this battle going into the McCanns. Okay, which is going to be explaining why we've got these links into Madeleine McCann, which becomes so important. And when would Madeleine McCann go missing? In 2007, okay, which is the year that I was 30 years old. They staged an introduction to Exborn Manor, and they staged an introduction to my wife, and then created the company Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, which connects via the Bayers to the Vatican, okay, to the research applied through the Company's House records from Jill Dando's death, linking to the Vatican, tied straight into the to De Reyes. Okay, now the De Reyes were living in Exborn Manor, where the investigation began for me, and the De Rey, if you go and look at the incorporation document, Anthony De Rey is on the incorporation document for Exborn Manor Freehold. Also on the incorporation document, you'll see a lady called Diana Betts. Now, Diana Betts is a phlebotomist working for the NHS, or she was, so that makes a link to the blood, okay, tying into the healthcare systems being set up specifically, how that links into the evidence that I've acquired of the blood element of this, the blood of the innocence, and how that links in with immortality, how that links back into a deception within Christianity, which ties into the year that I'm talking about. So we have this battle. So what I did is I thought, okay, what's an old building in Dumbarton, which I've actually been to, because I love going to castles and things like that, and I've actually been twice in the last year or so to the castle, at least up to it, and I researched Dumbarton Castle, and of course it linked straight into the heart of all of this, straight into the key areas of the international government fraud, into the blood of the children, into Daryl McCann, Madeleine McCann, and everything. Okay, now that's a very old castle. Okay, it's one of the, I think it's the oldest preserved castle of that type or whatever, I can't remember the wording, in Scotland. Right, so it's obviously very important to them, and it's quite an impressive building. If you've been there, it's on like a rock by the water. It's worth visiting. So anyway, through the Company's House records of Dumbarton Castle, we now have these massive links into everything, and it was in 1333, this evidence. But what's important is that the initial search had picked up, because obviously, as you're aware, the initial search, when you just put it into Google, it scans all of the information across the internet, and it pulls information from that and actually gets you a summary of some of that information. And that's how I found the Fleming connection to that date to Dumbarton. Now, when you go into the battle, okay, through Wikipedia and other research, there is no Fleming name. There is no Fleming name mentioned whatsoever. So what does this suggest? Well, it suggests they pulled the Fleming name from the articles because they're concerned about the connection being made to the Flemings, to that year and that particular battle and that time. Now, why does this become important? Okay, because that year links to a battle of Berwick. Okay, and I'd already identified the relevance of Berwick in relation to the blood of the children. Because when I identified that it was either the Baron or Lord of Berwick had married a Fleming, okay, in the, I think it was the 1920s. I need to look at the information, but there was a marriage between the Flemings and somebody called Edward Lloyd, okay, in the 1920s, tying in with Berwick and the nobility element of that, or the the peerage element of Berwick. So we now have that link to the importance of that, tying in with a Fleming, tying in with a Lloyd, okay, and it's a name of Edward Lloyd. Well, Edward Lloyd is also the name of the person that created the Sweeney Todd character and also Varney the Vampire in the 1800s. And why is this important? Well, because Varney the Vampire is where all vampire stories and information came from. And when you look at Varney the Vampire, you will see that the character, that when they created it, Edward Lloyd was involved in this, they didn't know whether to make him a human that just was consuming blood or to make him look like a bat. So they then decided to go with the bat. Now this is going to be why we have Batman. This is going to be why Batman is going to become very relevant, tying in with the movies and everything like that. Okay, so they made it a bat character, if you like, with the fangs, with wings, okay, but the character loathed its life. Okay, it didn't want to live anymore, and it actually ended up committing suicide. Go and look at it. You need to go and look at this. Now, the Sweeney Todd and the Varney the Vampire links into the Penny Dreadfuls, and the Penny Dreadfuls were, I'm not too sure exactly the best way to describe it, but they somehow to do with the printing of information in relation to those characters that were being created. And from that came the world's largest printing factory in Sittingbourne in Kent at the time. And I, of course, was born in Chatham, which is very, very close to Sittingbourne in Kent. And my family members and the friends that are so heavily linked into this live very near Sittingbourne. So this factory was the largest in the world, and they were creating the Penny Dreadfuls, tying into vampirism, okay, which links into Vlad the Impaler, which links into King Charles. They've now told us that he's a descendant of Vlad the Impaler, and they've now confirmed that Donald Trump is a descendant a distant cousin of King Charles. So we now can assume there's a link to Vlad the Impaler going back into Donald Trump, and there are connections to me and Donald Trump all the way through this, everybody. All right, there's connections to Donald Trump, to Exborn Manor, to all of my families. All three of my families, okay, are connected to key individuals in this. All right, my family in Kent, the family that I married into in Dorset in 2019. We got married. We got together in 2007 through that staged relationship, and my brother-in-law's family, so the family that my sister married into, they're all connected to David Icke, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, Jimmy Savile, the main Freemasons Lodge, Madeleine McCann, the falsified prophecy evidence of the earthquakes, the collider technology, all tying in international weapons systems, linking in with Russia. Okay, this is an international collaborative deception against humanity, tying in with the falsified prophecies, with me right at the center. We're going to come to that in a little bit more detail, and how the stars are now making connections into all of this. So, where was I? So this Varney the Vampire, this connection becomes critical, and it seems they were trying to hide that connection to make me be able to make the real link and the full exposure of everybody to the blood of the children, and how this goes back centuries in relation to a fear of death into a deception within Christianity, okay, which created that fear of death and injected the blood element of the children and the suffering of the innocent through that blood into it. So 1300s, now this also becomes critical. Okay, so that was 1333. There's a lot of other important stuff in the 1300s, but the things that I want to tell you about, and the things I can remember at the moment without looking at my document, is the 1390 year becomes critical, because I'd identified Companies house records with a 1390 trust company. Okay, so of course I researched the 1390s, and that year becomes relevant to the prophecy of the popes. All right, and the prophecy of the popes states that up until, and I'm pretty sure it was that exact same year, if not, I know it was definitely the 1390s, let's put it that way, but I'm pretty sure it was 1390. So they have records of the popes, knowing all of the popes, and it being quite clear who the popes were until 1390, or the 1390s. Okay, so something then happened from that point which created a corrupted system within the lineage of the popes within the Vatican. All right, where do I go with that? Hold on, let me just think, what else was I going to tell you? This is all being documented, this is all being secured, it is all verifiable, everybody. This is not me just making this up and saying this is no conspiracy theory now, everybody. All right, so the 1390s is there was something else I was going to say on the 1390 bit there. Prophecy of the popes. Okay, the prophecy of the popes leads towards the judgment upon all of humanity. If you haven't already read about the prophecy of popes, you need to go and look into it. Okay, now whilst I'm on this subject, if we come forward to a meeting that took place in 2022 in October. So remember, my investigations were triggered with me starting to identify this in July 2022. As I continued my inquiries at Exborn Manor over the following months, emails, meetings, etc., reports then started being made. Towards the end of 2022, there was a meeting that took place, an interfaith meeting took place. I think it was the 18th of October 2022. It might not be the 18th, but I think it is. And it was an interfaith meeting involving the Pope at the time and Pietro Parolin. Okay, and that interfaith meeting was in relation to the Galileo Foundation. Okay, now I'd already identified the link, because this was later that I found out about this, a link to the Galileo project tying in to the discovery, or their claim of the discovery, of the 3I Atlas comet in July 2025. So I'm going to come to that, if I remember, in a minute. So just remember, there's a connection to that meeting via the Companies House records and the evidence that I've acquired into this interfaith meeting that took place in October 2022. So anyway, Pietro Parolin, the research surrounding Pietro Parolin in multiple ways ties in with the prophecy of the popes. It talks about a Peter of the Romans, or Roman Peters, I can't remember, becoming the final pope leading into the prophecy of the popes. All right, so Pietro Parolin was in this meeting in October 2022. All right, so that therefore makes that link into that, to the prophecy of the popes, to the Three-Eye Atlas comet, going back into 1390. Now, when I researched that meeting, for whatever reason, Jeff Bezos was also in that meeting, according to the information. Jeff Bezos is massively linked into Amazon, as you know. And I then searched Jeff Bezos, and a Companies House record was revealed, and it was, and immediately to him, Christchurch, Dorset, as the address on a company linked to the founder, or certainly I think he was the founder, wasn't he, of Amazon, with the link to the prophecy of the popes. Now remember, Christchurch is where I had lived when I was 30. It's when I moved from Exbourne Manor in Christchurch Road. Remember, Christ is an extension of X, linking with the bloodline. Keep trying to do an X with one hand. I can't do it. Okay, so I moved when I was 30 in 2010. 33. When I was 33 in 2010, I moved from Christchurch Road to Christchurch, not knowing any of this, everybody, all right? And then we went to Christchurch that year in New Zealand, okay? That year, they then, a day after my, a month to the day and 1 day after my birthday in 2010, they created CERN Limited, okay? CERN links to me pretty much every single way you come in from this, all right? Pretty much every way you then make a connection into, and when I say me, I mean my former school, the 13th century Knights Templar link, a Waterman offshore company, and a Masonic Gillingham building, which ties into where I was living. Okay, and then it makes links into loads and loads of addresses around where I've been living in my life, and it links to Olympics Games companies as well, that then becomes relevant to this, and David Beckham and all sorts. So anyway, the 1390. So this meeting took place. We have a link to Christchurch via Jeff Bezos. It was all obviously staged information because of who it looks like I'm going to be in this. With the evidence, it's pretty overwhelming. So let's get back to, so that was the date 1390, links into the prophecy of the Pope, and this information changing and to the historical records of the popes from that year, that period in history. Well, also, this is when John Dee was massively influential. Remember, John Dee is the origin of the 007 linking into James Bond, which links to the Flemings, remember. So in the 1390s, he ended up becoming very close to the Earl of Salisbury. And the Salisbury Masonic Company has become critical through the Companies House records very, very recently in how that links in from information coming in from the poisoning in Salisbury, linking in with the Russian government, which is all a deception. They're all working collaboratively on this, everybody. Absolutely 100% certainty on that, all right? There's a company that you find linking in then from there into the Masonic Salisbury Company. But you also find a link to Mere Mortals, so a company called Mere Mortals, connected to a company called Immortals. Okay, now the immortality ties in to all of my evidence with the bloodline, the blood of the innocents being used to extend the life, according to the research, along with organ harvesting, tying back in, going back centuries into the extension of life because of the fear of the death, tying into vampirism because of the deception within Christianity. Okay, right, so let me think where I was going to go with that. So John Dee, now we know the Flemings were also very relevant in that period in history. The 1390 Trust also makes a critical connection, but I haven't got it in front of me, but I know there's some very mind-blowing other evidence in that, but I can't remember without looking at the document. So John Dee was an alchemist, according to the information, all right, which meant he was into potions and things like that, and things that you would not normally associate with, you know, everyday materialistic, realistic sort of stuff. You're starting to go into the spiritual element of things, esoteric stuff, etc., tying in around that time. Now, he was also the advisor for Queen Elizabeth I, right? So we have the link into royalty. But also there is a critical connection into Richard Hakluyt around this time. Richard Hakluyt links into the documentation of the colonization around the world, tying in with Christopher Columbus, and how they were then documenting and recording and creating a history, potentially a false history, in relation to when lands were identified, etc., etc. So that's all going to be a lie. All right, it's all going to be a lie. I've now got evidence in relation to Christopher Columbus tying in with 1492, which now it becomes relevant in this as well. That's recently come up. And I think that links in with the star evidence that I'm going to come into in a minute. So the 1390s becomes critical. Now, the next subject I'm going to come to, I'm just trying to think. Forget things if I'm not careful. Let me come to the comments, just have a break, and it'll come to me in a minute. Hi, newbie. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining me. Thank you for your comment. Hi, Karen. Air Force. Hi, Justine. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, yeah, my camera. I think the crack's gone straight through, or near to the camera now. I keep wiping it. I've got another phone, but I don't really want to go onto that yet. I want to, because everything's on here, so I've got like massive cracks all the way through the screen, but I'm still able to just about see what I'm doing. Go through the comments. Hi, Susie. Hope you're doing okay. Hi, Good Dog Guide. Hope you're well. Is that? It's not Tez the Truth Dog, is it? Under another username? Just checking. Yes, where I am. I'm going to turn the camera around and show you where I am. I appreciate the view. He never does it justice looking for a camera, but it's beautiful. So yeah, I'm on top of a hill, so it's a little there. Oh, it's a bit. You might be able to see the view a little bit better over there. I'm just on the top of a hill, so it is a bit windy. Show my location, but it's becoming quite obvious from the evidence who I'm going to be in this, so I'm a little bit more certain that I'm going to be okay. Hopefully you can hear where I'm here. Hopefully you can just about hear me. So if I go anywhere else, it's going to be too windy. I'm on the sheltered part of the hill. I might be able to go over there actually. Hold on, let me just see if I can go over there. Right there, it still feels the same to me, but why do you think you're living close to Gary for freedom? Someone's put they live close to me. I thought Amazon registered its business abroad to save on taxes. Yeah, so all these big organizations, they have multiple records on companies' house tying internet. Okay, multiple records. You're talking shell companies, and this is how they do the laundering. Okay, so they have their main company, all right, that may be registered somewhere, but of course what they're doing in the system of fraud is they're laundering the money in through to offshore accounts. So they've got multiple shell companies, all tied. Everything is centralized. Amazon is tied to everything else, all right. It's all tied into everything else, which reminds me, I'm going to come to the wormhole in a minute because that becomes relevant. I'm hoping. I'm just going to come to the. Can you just put yes if you can hear me, please? Just put yes if you can hear me. Okay. Yep, brilliant. Thanks, Air Force. Thank you. Someone's put Enocean Magic. Is what John Dee was a pioneer in, along with Edward Kelly. Thanks very much for that. Double. Whatever your name is, I'll screenshot that just in case. I still haven't done the research on all the other screenshots, but I'll take it for now. Okay, so I'm going to talk about, what do I go into next? Now, you have to have a very open mind, all right, with a lot of this stuff that I'm telling you. all right, because it's massive. It's massive. Oh, someone's put, what's that? 33rd Grand Master since 1307 says John the Baptist already had children with Mary before Jesus' bloodline. Interesting. Thanks very much, Kinhel. Thanks very much, Kinhel. I can imagine why you thought of that, what the first bit might have been. Right, let's just screenshot that. I've definitely, it's not really good because I was never the sort of play, but I'm okay, I'm feeling okay. That's the main thing. So let's talk about, where do I go with this? Just trying to think where we go. Let's talk about wormwood and wormholes. So obviously trying to establish a theory in all of this is a massive part of the puzzle, and we know the collider technology is huge in this. Okay, it's massive, all right, and we're talking an international collaborative deception. It's so important to them, whether it's real or not, they're making it seem as though all the world's systems are linking into it, all right, into this technology. So let's just presume the technology is real for now. There's definitely overwhelming evidence to suggest that technology is causing earthquakes. Okay, it's so significant that it is literally, it cannot be ignored, all right, and there's actually information that supports that they're trying to hide that it is causing earthquakes. So of course we have to consider that it could be tying into falsified tribulation, or it may cause a tribulation when they don't even mean it to. That's another consideration in this, which we're going to come to in a minute. So we've definitely got a link to colliders and earthquakes. There is obviously, of course, a lot of information to point towards that they are trying to create a link to another dimension, or a black hole, or a wormhole, okay, to create a portal, if you like, into another location or time. All right, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that. Too much evidence for me to completely ignore it. So of course it's working out the theory in all of this. Now of course it may be that they're trying to manipulate time to do that. It may be they're trying to get to a different location. It may be that they are, because we can't ignore again the evidence of tying into the falsified prophecies and also the end of creation. All right, so there's also information which ties into esoteric history of the Catholicism that says it's inevitable that there's going to be an end to everything. I was reading up on it in the last couple of days, and that was coming in from the research of Black Mass, which becomes very, very critical in all of this evidence, and how what appears to be very sinister and misguided blood ritual was integrated within Catholicism. Anyway, it talks about an esoteric end of everything, all right, in this, almost to the point where they've convinced themselves that has to happen, all right? So then we have to consider that they are actively trying, or risking, shall we say, that actually being the conclusion in all of this, or deliberately trying to do it, all right? We have to consider that because of the ties into the links into the collider technology, into the falsified prophecies, into the black holes, the fact that they were trying, there's so much evidence to suggest that they were actually trying to create a black hole, and that when they were starting to build this collider technology, there were scientists saying, look, you're seriously going to risk causing a black hole on Earth if you continue with this technology, and yet they continue to do it, right? So they're putting absolutely everything at risk if this technology is real, right? That's obvious. They're putting all of creation at risk, whichever way you look at this, by having that technology. So then you've got to ask, well, why would you be putting that? Why would you even be doing it if there is a risk of ending all of creation by what you're doing? Now let's think about the blood of the children. So this is one of the theories I've come into about this. I've been thinking, considering at the moment. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. So let's just say for centuries they have been sacrificing children and babies, tying in with their blood, whether it be they were thinking they were sacrificing them to the gods to prevent a catastrophe, or whether they were, and then the blood of the children, they then worked out a way that was giving them eternal, or not eternal, but almost eternal immortality from the innocent. So let's presume that all of this blood sacrifice has been actually happening, and that this suffering of the children has therefore resulted in that. Because of course, if you're going to be taking the blood of the children, you're going to be torturing them, you're going to be causing just unimaginable suffering. Now that immediately goes against the Creator. Immediately, right? Now at the time back then, they may not have known that because of the deception within it and the removal of the moral conscience, right? So they, in their mind, might have thought, this is what we need to do. We need to worship the gods. We need to stop a destruction of earth, and then the blood element of this, and we're getting immortality and extension of life, and but in the very heart of it all, obviously it goes against the Creator, because we know we've got to keep coming back to in all of this. If we were to rein this all into one point of how important this is with how it ties in with the Creator, it's the moral conscience element, okay? The ingrained, within our DNA element of, I don't want to be hurt, I don't want to be victimized, and therefore I'm not going to hurt and victimize anybody else, all right? When we're in a natural, Creator-given state of mind, generally we all do that, all right? Something's gone wrong. Something has gone wrong that they have skipped and missed that, and they've created this trajectory into almost the end of everything because of that simple mistake, guided, whatever you want to call it, false scripture, infiltration of faith, whatever. It's gone wrong from that point. Okay, it's that if you could pinpoint where it's gone wrong, in my mind, all of the evidence suggests that is the point where it's gone wrong, and then it's escalated. So let's just presume they've been sacrificing all of these children. Now they're maybe starting to realize that it was all wrong, all right? And they've got into this predicament of they're so tied in now to the blood of the innocent, all right, that they can't see a way back, and they can't live with themselves for what they have been doing to the children for all of this time. Remember Varney the vampire and what it said. What if they are trying to create and go back to the beginning? All right, what if they are trying to create time travel because they cannot live with the fact of where they are now? All right, which is what they are saying within Varney the vampire. And what if my role and who I am potentially, according to all of the evidence, remember, I have the connection from my dream to the control panel, which leads to hell, right? To a fault in that technology that leads to hell. So what if, because of who I am and because of this evidence being acquired, and there's a lot more I'm going to be going into over the next 2 weeks, you're just going to be absolutely blown away by another individual's connections in all of this, it appears, according to all of the evidence. And obviously what my evidence is now saying is, if you continue with this trajectory, whatever it is you're trying to achieve, the evidence all says you're going to end everything. All right, everything is at stake in this. All right, what if they didn't realize that everything was at stake? What if they were genuinely, okay, they knew there were risks, they knew there was a risk of earthquakes, they knew there was a risk to earth, but they were willing to take that because they cannot live, all right, with how they are. The only alternative for them is for them to commit suicide in their mind. Now, this is not what I want them to do. Let me just make that absolutely clear. I do not want them to take their lives. If they were to come through in truth, repentance, and a commitment to change, all right, and separate from the blood of the innocents, they'll be saved, I believe. That's the only alternative. That's the only option for them, all right, that I can see. It's the only right option. So this is now a theory that we're working on. Now, this leads me into the wormhole theory and how this ties into Wormwood. So let me just explain what I've been finding over the last couple of days. So let's just talk about time travel. So if you imagine a bit of paper, this is how it's described within some information I've got, and you would have seen this before. So you imagine time is a line, like a continuous line, okay, and this line represents a flat bit of paper, and you literally have this continuous line as we're moving forward, and obviously we're on that timeline. If you were to bend that bit of paper in half so the two ends meet, right, so this is the bit of paper, flat, and you bend the end, and you create a loop, all right, and the two ends of time end up joining together, okay? So in theory, if you're on the side of the circle of time, on this, say you're on the edge of the line here, and you wanted to time travel, if you cut through the paper through to the other side instead of going round it, you can deviate normal time continuation. You can create a portal or time element going through to the other side of that bit of paper, all right, by burrowing a hole through. So that's remember that. Now, how does that relate to wormhole? Where did the word wormhole come from? Well, wormhole, you imagine you've got an apple and you've got a bug on that apple, or a worm on that apple. That bug would have to walk around the apple to get to the other side of the apple. If they could burrow a hole, which as we know they do, into an apple, they can go through to the core of the apple and out the other side and not have to go round the apple to get to that point, okay? A wormhole. This is where it came from. Well, how does that relate to wormwood? Well, it says there's no connection, but I found a connection through this evidence, I suspect. So wormwood was a plant that was used to, I don't know if it killed the worms, but it prevented the worms destroying fruit and destroying other things, okay? It was due to the substance that was made from wormwood, okay? And it prevented the bugs. So you've got the bugs, the worms on the apple, okay, trying to potentially create a wormhole through to the other side, okay? And remember, that could represent what I'm talking about here, the wormhole of them trying to create a time travel. Now remember, if you've seen my evidence, the apple already becomes relevant to everything and ties into me and into the evidence and into Adam and Eve and the tree of life, and the core being the apple, center of the apple, and how that relates to the core of the earth. And if you look at the magnetic field, the torus field links in with the shape of the apple, okay? So the magnetic field of the earth, it indents into the top and it indents into the bottom. Now we have to consider that magnetic field is that shape because of what they're trying to do and create a black hole. It may be, all right, because there's so much evidence in this. So just imagine the earth is an apple for now, with the core at the center, and because you have a core in the apple, and imagine that there is a concave in the top and a concave in the bottom, like the earth. Now my dream, another dream I had, okay, completely different dream, literally it was me dreaming about the concaving of the top of the earth at the North Pole and the concaving at the bottom of the earth at the South Pole. So in other words, the 2 points of the earth being pulled towards the center, as if a black hole was being created in the center of the earth. Now that represents an apple. That is what led me the next day through the research to find the link to the torus field, into the apple, how that ties in with the bloodline of Christ, timing into myself and another person. And basically, when I'll just quickly run over this and try and hopefully remember to come back to wormhole. So remember, in a minute, just put the word wormwood. Actually, if you put the word wormwood in a minute, then it will remind me to tell you where I was going to go with that. So the apple connection is huge, and that came in from my dream, linking in with the magnetic field of the earth, which I now have to consider that magnetic field is that shape because of what they're trying to do. All right, on the North Pole you have black rock, all right, which ties into, it's called the Rupus nigra. If you research Rupus nigra, R-U-P-A-S, separate word, N-I-G-A-S, I think it is, sorry, N-I-G-R-A. So Rupus, R-U-P-A-S, N-I-G-R-A. Company's House Records link that at the North Pole to me, all right? And from that research, it then connects to a device called the IceCube neutrino device on the South Pole, okay? All right, via the Company's House Records, it makes the connection to black rock on the North Pole, Rupus nigra, tying in to the South Pole, this device that they have called the IceCube neutrino device. Apparently, whether that's real or not, I don't know. I'm just giving you the evidence on the South Pole. I connect to an organisation called Black Rock Throgmorton PLC. All right, so we have a Black Rock connection immediately to me, people around me in my life. It links into Osmsley Manor, which is in New Hampshire, in New Forest, which links to the Cray twins, the Russian government. What was his name? Alistair Crowley. Okay, he used to live right by Loch Ness. I actually think the Loch Ness Monster was named after him, all right, because of him. He lived right by Loch Ness. Well, this ties in to me, okay, via there's an address of 10 Bridge Street in Christchurch that becomes critical in all of this, makes multiple connections in to my families into Black Rock Throgmorton PLC. Now, Throgmorton is the road where the stock exchange was based in London, okay? Anyway, BlackRock is, as I'm sure you've heard of BlackRock. It is the world's largest asset management company. It has multi-trillions of pounds in assets in relation to it, according to the research. Hopefully you can hear me. I don't know how bad the wind is. I'm going to come to all your comments in a minute, and I will go. What I'll do is I'll go from the top and just go through them all, trying unless there's too many. So, where was I going to go with that? So we have this link now to these devices. The information suggests that the device on the South Pole was somehow involved in the Christchurch earthquake. Okay, because obviously it's not that far to Christchurch from there, really. And the information supports that was involved in the Christchurch earthquake. And remember, the Christchurch earthquake is Christchurch is twinned with Christchurch in Dorset, which is where I was living and where I was when I moved to when I was 33. So the Apple link is important because in 1970, the year after Charles became the Prince of Wales, and I connect immediately into King Charles, okay, immediately in multiple ways. There's connections through the Company's House records to me and to King Charles, okay. He became the Prince of Wales in 1969. In 1970, an organisation called St. Puy X was created, X being the bloodline of Christ, by Marcel Lefebvre, who was connected into the Vatican and was trying to oppose the modernisation of the Catholic Church and the infiltration by the Freemasons. He created the St. Puy X organisation in 1970, and it had an initial time period of 6 years, okay. The year after that, obviously, the World Economic Forum was created. The World Economic Forum with Klaus Schwab, who was the chair of that organisation from 1971, who then announced that he was stepping back as the chair within 3 days of me sending my evidence to the World Economic Forum. And I sent about 200 emails to the FBI, to NATO, to the United Nations and various other individuals, and he announced within 3 days he was stepping back. He then resigned on the exact same day. I think it was the 13th of April, was it? 13th or 15th of April, I can't remember, 2025. He resigned on the exact same day as the Pope, all right? And they were both 88 years old, right? 88, which becomes relevant to myself and another person in the numbers that are translated from us to a via the Gematria calendar. So I'm an 8 and another significant person is an 8, and the 88 number becomes critical in all of the symbology of everything that's gone back 2,000 years. So he died, both 88 years old. World Economic Forum began 1971. 1971 is when Stephen Hawking came out with the theory of Hawking radiation tying into black holes. Okay. Anyway, this organisation had an initial 6-year period, taking you to 1976. 1976 is when Apple was then created. Okay, the company that you've all heard of, called Apple, and it had initially a symbol of an apple falling from a tree with Sir Isaac Newton sat under a tree, and then it changed its logo in 1977 twice, okay, to a simple apple with a multi stripes. And I'm pretty sure there's a bit of conflicting information that I've got coming in, but the information I've seen says that initially that apple didn't have a bite taken out of it at the beginning of 1977, and then by the end of the year it had a bite taken out of it, which represents Adam and Eve. It was that year that I was born and this other person was born as well. Okay, so they were born, we were both born coming towards the end of 1977, which is when that year also Star Wars A New Hope was created, was released, and Star Wars now is making multiple connections into myself and this other person. All right, so that actually links in with what I'm going to be talking about in a minute with Wormwood and the stars. So this Apple then changed its logo, like I've said, And 1977, a company called the Foundation of Science and Technology was incorporated on Companies House. This links almost immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell. I think it's one company away from Ghislaine Maxwell. It's one company away from the Normandy Trust. And the Normandy relates to the Normandy D-Day landings, D-Day 1944, which then I believe the D-Day was referencing Doomsday in all of this, right? There's multiple links to me, into Doomsday, into the Doomsday cult. The Doomsday clock began in 1947, the year before the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom began, and I link into the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom via things that have happened in my life, via Jock Condon, who it seems was related to Paul Condon. Jock Condon was the person that introduced me to Exbourne Manor. So anyway, this organisation was incorporated, Foundation Science and Technology. Within that company, you have various directors, connections to the Isaac Newton's, what's it called? Newton's Apple, CIC, I think it is. Newton's Apple CIC, which links back into what I've just been telling you, tying into the Apple. And you've got Christchurch Earthquake Appeal was linked to that company directly. You've got the Big Bang company as well. There's a company called Big Bang something or other. And on the incorporation document, you have Cobbitts LLP or LLC, I can't remember. Cobbitts links into the Collider technology and into the intelligence agencies. All right, so this is obviously critical information, all happening around this 1977 year. And then that actually dissolved in December 2022, which is the month that I started actually making the official reports of the fraud, and that was initially to Action Fraud, who have now changed their name completely since being exposed. The whole thing is being changed as I'm evolving through my evidence, as I'm releasing more stuff. The resignation of Keir Starmer is 100% going to be to do with this. It was 5 days earlier, I think, on the 17th, that I released the evidence, and I sent the evidence to Keir Starmer's office about how the culling of the dolphins is now tying in with the blood of the children going back historically, and how they used the culling of the dolphins as a reference to the Dolphin Square stuff, it looks like, the Dolphin Square scandal in relation to the crimes against children, tying in with royalty, aristocratic connections into an organisation which links into Jimmy Savile, into the Isle of Jersey, into multiple investigations of crimes against children. They also created a red dolphin emblem within the military, which I suspect represents the bloody dolphins from the massacre of the dolphins. There's loads and loads of connections now being made into the dolphins, and thankfully other people have also been sending me information which is now just really building a huge picture as to the relevance of that. There was even where they were worried that I was going to find this link. All right, they then created a parliamentary debate 2 days after Anthony Roberts resigned as the acting chairman of Exbourne Manor in government, trying to say, oh, we must stop these massacring of the dolphins in the Faroe Islands. We must stop it. It's awful what's going on. Okay, so they staged information. All right, there's an article that says 1,400 dolphins, or it's whales and dolphins, okay, 1,400 of them were massacred in the Faroe Islands, the most that's ever happened. So they staged that event. The Parliament then came in on the back of it within 2 days, thinking I'd never find this, okay. Right, it's obvious, it's becoming quite clear who I am in this with what I'm exposing. They then, within 2 days of Anthony Roberts resigning, they did this debate, okay, and that involved Christopher Chope for one of the people. It also involved multiple other MPs having this debate. Now, Christopher Chope, I'm going off topic here, so I'm going to come back. Let me see. So I'm trying not to forget what I was really going to try and tell you. Let me just mention Chris Chope now, first of all, because this does become really relevant. So Christopher Chope was positioned as the MP for the area where a joint property was in relation to my wife and I, which is in Burton, just north of Christchurch in Dorset, okay? He was positioned, I think it was 2025, he became the MP for that area. This set up the ability for them to corrupt a criminal, fraudulent civil court case with documents to then steal the property, my half of the property, and give it all to my wife. Okay, so he became the MP. So of course I identified the fraud through that exposed land registry through my investigation in relation to that civil case. I just expose them even further through Land Registry, who has been involved for a very long time using this fraud in stealing property from people, and how that links in with the police, everybody, all right, to try and take over the world through this satanic criminal connection, linking in with the blood of the children. Anyway, Chris Pope, turns out he married somebody linking to Wimborne Minster. Wimborne Minster is the church in Wimborne that ties into the Doomsday Cult, Julian Assange, which links to Deborah Fleming, my wife's family, the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, which links into CERN, Jimmy Savile, earthquake companies, the blood of the children, Donald Trump, royal family, all tying into this. So Christopher Chope was positioned, all right? He was positioned to cover up the link to what's going on with my property, in with the dolphins, in with the crimes against the children going back historically. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are, because they're probably starting to realize who I am with the evidence, and they're realizing that actually they're in serious trouble spiritually, right? They are in serious trouble spiritually in all of this, because they have followed a deception that was obviously not meant to be followed, because it was written within them. It was written within them that you do not harm children, no matter what, all right? So they know they're in serious trouble. They are the ones that are in more trouble than anyone else in this. Whichever way they look at this, right? If they follow a false esoteric end of creation, if they come forward in truth, that's the only right thing for them to do to give them any chance of salvation in this spiritually, right? Is to come forward in the truth, right? But unfortunately, they haven't done that, right? Now they are going to face the ultimate consequences, right? Through the misguided choices that they have made, when it was obvious you do not harm children. It's obvious you do not set up an international criminal network tying into to facilitate the blood of the children. Because if we go back to 1390, what does that tell us? Well, the blood of the children was clearly a massive element of that, right back in the 1390s. And then if you come forward, they then created the currency producer from Portals in 1711, right, which ties in with the timing coming into the 1800s of the vampirism, of the blood of the children. So the whole system was set up, right, to exploit humanity for the blood of the children. And they're realizing now. They're realizing they are in serious trouble, because I am now exposing who it seems I am, and how the deception has come about, and what the consequences now are for them, whichever way they go in this. And I say again, come forward in truth, come forward in repentance, come forward in a commitment to change, and that will go a long way with how you end up, how your fate is concluded in all of this. If you don't do that, you are going to face the biggest consequences of anyone here on earth. All right? So, I'm completely lost where I was going. I knew that would happen. Oh, let me just, because I thought about Richard Hakluyt. I started to go into that and then I forgot. Remember John Dee, 1300s? Richard Hakluyt was around that time, and you had the corruption surrounding the information, okay, in relation to the colonizations, etc. Well, Richard Hakluyt is also linked into royalty, and in the 18 something, I can't remember the year, they created the Hakluyt Society. So they were going to call it the Columbus Society, but they changed it to Hakluyt Society. So that's how important the Hakluyt name is to them. Well, now you come to 1995. Okay, so the currency production began in 1711 with Portals. Okay, they became the currency producer for the Bank of England in 1724. In 1995, De La Rue acquired Portals, okay, and they were the ones that were producing the world's currency system, okay, which began, as I've said, in Hampshire. This is why Hampshire is the most important place on earth. When you're talking about all of this evidence, it's the most important place on all of earth, because this is where, you know, it really is a massive part of it is there. But it looks like actually the Dumbarton was or that area of Scotland and those battles, I can't remember the actual battle location in 1333, but that becomes relevant. And obviously if you go back to 1307 in, I think it was France where he was captured, or was it Italy, I can't remember, where the Grand Master was captured in 1307. That is also a pivotal location and pivotal point in this. Anyway, so 1995, Portals was acquired by De La Rue. That year is when they created the Hakluyt International Advisory Board, all right, named after Richard Hakluyt. The International Advisory Board was set up linking into the intelligence agencies, all right, the centralized intelligence agencies around the world, and it links in with the Russian government, it links into the royal family, and it actually links in immediately to me, everybody, believe it or not, all right, go and look at it if you don't believe me. The Hakluyt International Advisory Board was incorporated on Companies House in 1995. It's on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which links to me via Ingenious Film Partners 2, which is also on that incorporation document. Okay, that company then dissolved. Go and look at it. The Hakluyt International Advisory Board, it then dissolved in August 2024. This was the month after I had publicised the connection to the blood of the children in relation to the international criminal network in place. All right, they then dissolved that company. All right, because of what I was exposing. So they realised, all right, what was coming out. They also created another Hakluyt company in, I'm pretty sure, I haven't got it in front of me, I'm pretty sure, in fact, I'm certain, it was March 2022. All right, they created another Hakluyt company. That was the same month that Deborah Fleming resigned as an NHS chief executive to become involved in my investigations in Exbourne Manor. She was actually sitting in on meetings with John Fleming in the meeting that I called to remove directors as part of my investigation, and there they were, the two Fleming members. Now, this is why people accidentally or on purpose called them Sir. I didn't know their prominence. I'd never heard of them at this point. But they're actually linked into James Bond. They're linked into 007, all right? Via the records of them, they connect to Ian Fleming, Valentine Fleming, Alexander Fleming, Robert Fleming was, I think I just mentioned him, and they link directly into the end of the world prophecy at Iona, which links directly into me as well, all right? Literally to the office that I worked at in Bournemouth as a beat on my patch, and there it is, connecting almost immediately to the end of the world Iona prophecy, tying in with Valentine Fleming. And that office, that same connection had been made coming in from the World Trade Center disaster, all right, as well. So where was I going to go with that? So the Hakluyt side of things now all makes sense. She resigned 31st of March 2022. That company, I think it was 2 weeks, was created 2 weeks before she resigned. There's loads of movements on Companies House take place in that month in 2022 as they're planning their involvement, her involvement with me, because they know who I am, how it ties in with the Colliders. But ironically, what happened, they were the ones all behind giving me the ring, reported who I was in this, right? Because this links to the Vatican, it links to the bloodline of the Illuminati, it links to the intelligence agencies, it links into the person that introduced me to my wife, it links into another document. So you've got the 13th bloodline document with information suggesting that the 13th bloodline has the blood of Christ and Lucifer, split between good and evil, and it also links into information of what I was talking about earlier, where there was a conflict within the Catholic belief system as to how they move forward in relation to the technological advances and the infiltration of the Freemasons in relation to the Catholic Church. So, you know, those behind the centralized criminal system gave me this ring, knowing I would potentially find these connections as to who I am and come forward and prevent the deception from being continued on Earth. Now, there's such big evidence I want to talk about, but I just can't talk about that moment. But I'm going to come to Wormwood. Wormwood. Remember, we talked about wormhole, and we talked about the worms on the apple boring a hole, representing potentially them trying to turn back time because of the history of what they've been doing. Wormwood, as I've said, is the plant that is used to prevent worms, but it is also mentioned within scripture, tying into celestial bodies. Okay, I haven't got it exactly in front of me to read it, but wormwood is linked into a comet or a celestial body, and a return, potentially representing a return of Christ, I suspect, to Earth through the bloodline to then prevent the worms, okay, actually creating the wormholes which risks destroying all of humanity. Now, this is where we're going to get into the star connection. Now, I'm gonna quite vague on some of this information at the moment. It turns out that the Flemings, or a Fleming, which I suspect is going to be linked to the Flemings, actually charted a lot of the stars in the sky back in the 1800s. If you type in Fleming connection to stars, you will see that they were involved in charting a lot of the stars. Now, or where do I go with this? I'm trying to think where I go next. Okay, so there's been a lot of research done around the stars. Okay, so you've got stars tying in with the black nobility families. If you look at one of the families, is it the De Vici? I can't remember. It's one of the nobility families. They actually have 6 gold stars as their emblem. Okay, and they've named stars in relation to their family. Oh, hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. Oh, sugar. How long haven't you heard me for? Can you just have you heard me enough for me to continue? Please just put yes if you have, or no if you want me to go over stuff. Brilliant. Thank you very much. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Darren. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. So, where was I going with that? So there's star connections into the black nobility. I link to the black nobility via the Companies House records immediately. All right. And so do other certain individuals in this. The black nobility go back a very long time in relation to the link into the Vatican, if you're not already aware of that. They actually created a lot of the, which now makes sense when you look at 1390. Okay, remember we don't have a record since then with the Flemings linked to also to the black nobility family members. So if you remember back in 1390 and the 1333 that I told you about with that battle of the Flemings, and now we come in towards the end of 1390 and then the prophecy of the Pope link in from then. Okay, well, we have to consider that the collaborative deception was taking place with the Flemings and members of the black nobility back then, how that linked in with the blood of the children and vampirism and the corruption within the Vatican around the same time. One thing I forgot to say, which becomes really important, in the 1390s, you are going to believe it, but remember we spoke about the 13 number, again, 13th century, 1300s. In the 1390s, the shortest period of a pope took place. And how long were they a pope? 13 days. All right. This is the same decade linking in with the prophecy of the popes when a pope was a pope for 13 days, the shortest ever time. And then guess what? When you make the link back to 1968, is it? The year before Charles became the Prince of Wales. It was, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 68. Another pope died. Okay. 33 days he was a pope. All right, key times 1333 again, tying back to my dream. 1333, 13th century, hidden connection of the blood of the children, prophecy of the popes, all tying in. Madeleine McCann. It's monumental, everybody. So anyway, let's get back. So these stars are very relevant to them. They've named stars. Well, so far there's certain stars that are Sirius becomes very important, and this is now making links into why they used Sirius Black in the J.K. Rowling movies. Sirius Black, obviously J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter. J.K. Rowling, we've got a hello little spider. I don't know if you can see that lovely little spider there. Where is he? I saw my little mouse for the first time this morning actually. Been hearing him scurrying around. He's put a couple of holes in my tent. So I put some food down for him last night, and I actually managed to watch him. Beautiful little thing, just taking the food. Once someone said, they made a good point. They said, look, we'll just put some food down, and then he won't want to get into your tent to actually eat your food. So I was like, good idea. So I put some food down and managed to see him. He's been around for days. I've heard him, never seen him until today, until I put that food down. Anyway, so where was it going? So yeah, these 1333, obviously very, very relevant. Very, very relevant. I'm going to come to all your comments. I know there's going to be a lot of questions, and I'll come through them in a minute. I just want to remember trying to get out what I'm saying, because this is also not about getting to those that you may be innocent, but it's literally getting it out into the ether, getting it out into, into the electrifying it around the world. Now, you know what I mean. Once you're getting it out there, they'll be watching it for starters, so they'll get to see what I know. They'll get to see what I'm documenting. And one of the big parts of the strategy is to get them to realise what they might not even realise, you see, through the evidence. So that then works on their hearts and their minds and starts turning the system around potentially through that. So all of these stars, so Sirius becomes important. There's another name, I can't remember, Aldebaran, I can't even remember the name of that star. Anyway, so far, every single star that we look at is linking back through the Company's House records into us, all right? But there is now, I'm going to come to, let me think where I go next with the evidence. So let me talk about the Truman Show, because this is going to become relevant, I think. So those of you who've seen the Truman Show, it came out in 1998 is when it came out, and it was about a guy that was trying to live a normal life, what he thought was normal, and it turns out that his whole life was a stage. So everyone around him was actors, they were filming everything, and he was actually in a dome. He was in this completely controlled world, and one of the things that triggers him to realize this towards the end and escape the dome is a light falls from the dome. Obviously he doesn't know that at the point, but it falls to the floor, and written on that dome is a connection to a star, Sirius. Is it Sirius that's on it? Yeah, I think it is the Sirius that's written on that. So symbolically, okay, this now starts to link in to a connection being made to Sophia. All right, the information suggests that Sophia, now I might get this wrong because this is early evidence, is the divine feminine wisdom within Christ. Okay, the feminine divinity and the wisdom within Christ, and how that becomes relevant to creation. And of course, this then starts tying in with the deception and everything. All right, and of course, if we have wisdom of the truth of the deception, then it gives us the ability to and make them see the truth behind the deception. Then that wisdom becomes the key, really, through the evidence, to actually turn this entire situation around. So this light falls from the sky, and it has a label of a star on it. Now I suspect that Jim Carrey was representing Christ, and that star, or sorry, that light falling represented potentially Sirius, which ties into Sophia, which ties into Madeleine McCann. Well, not Madeleine McCann. It does tie into Madeleine McCann. Mary Magdalene. All right, Mary Magdalene, which I think is why Madeleine McCann becomes so important, and why that was very much likely either staged as a deception to get this connection to all be made, or they didn't know it was going to be made. I don't know, but it's very obvious that happened at a key year. All right, in 2007, on the 3rd of May, Madeleine McCann went missing, the same year that I was introduced to Exbourne Manor and my wife, and they created Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited that exact same year. It's not a coincidence, everybody. It's two, and the Company's House Records links it all together. There's multiple connections to Madeleine McCann, to Exbourne Manor, multiple connections, everybody. And let me just make that 007 connection to you. Now remember, we've got the connection back to the 1300s. 2006, Casino Royale was released, the same year that I moved from Christchurch to Dorset, from Kent to Dorset, not knowing anyone. And that was the first book by Ian Fleming, all right, but it was the only time in a movie that they actually released information about the origin of 007, okay, in relation to a movie. First time. So they've timed that. And of course, the next year was 2007, which is the only time you could have had 007 in the year until 1007, or of course 7 AD, which is 007. Yeah, let's have a look at the trolls. Are you lost? Is that I haven't seen the other comments. Actually, I'm not gonna go through the comments. No, just ignore the comments if they're on here. Just ignore them, everybody. I'm going to go through all the comments afterwards, just so and then I can actually literally try and answer every question on here, because I'm not in a rush at the moment, so I've got time to do it. So so this light falls from the to the floor. This eventually leads to him a realization, all right, through wisdom, that he was in this bubble of deception to then walk out. So I suspect that represented Christ and the wisdom of the divine element of Sophia and Mary Magdalene, representing the wisdom and that light, because we've got the link into the star falling. This ties into prophecy. If you're not already aware, it talks about the stars falling from the sky. If you're not already aware of that, it's within the scripture. It mentions stars falling from the sky. A lot of people didn't know whether that literally meant there was going to be a comet. Now, this could be part of the deception, couldn't it? This could be part of the duality, where, you know, they've been deceived. They're thinking it's going to be a catastrophic event on Earth. I think the whole lot is a deception. I don't think the dinosaurs were ever real. I don't think an asteroid ever hit the Earth. There's evidence suggesting that the comets were, the craters, the people that were discovering the craters were part of the deception. So much of that sort of evidence now is coming to light. Fake moon landings, fake, you know, everything's fake. Everything's fake, everybody, because of this criminal system they've got in place. So, so it talks about the stars falling from the sky, but it was cut my wrist on a bush earlier. I think. I didn't even know I had that. But it mentions that some theories are it's actually representing the change of the system, the downfall. Remember, you've got the fallen angels. Okay, fallen angels. Some people suggest that the fallen stars represents them, potentially their fall to earth, fallen angels, and in other words, the inverted angels, the satanic element of all of this, and the suggestion is that what is the ultimate representation is the fall of the system. Okay, the fall of the powerful on the earth, the end of their time, the end of their world that they have created because of the deception, because of the lies, because of the blood of the children, tying in with the financial system, tying into the removal of moral conscience, and actually that everything is going to be about the transference of the fall of those to free humanity. Now, I believe we're literally on the verge of that. I believe we're literally on the verge of heaven on earth. I can see it, I can feel it, I can envisage it. All of the evidence is there to suggest that is the case. You know, I think it was borderline. I think, you know, there was a chance that we were going to potentially all of creation was going to be ended through them. It looks like the theory, as I've said, chasing time travel to try and get rid of their ability to not deal with what they've done in history to the children. No, when, you know, and I can't, you know, I can't remove their pain. I can't remove their pain. I can change things moving forward, you know, and, you know, this is why I was saying a few weeks ago, I was saying, look, if you can't come out because of your secret society rubbish, I mean, straight from the outset, you create secret societies, it's the opposite of the creator. It's not transparency, it's not truth. And then you incentivize change through that transparency and that truth. But to try and manipulate and control humanity by a select number of few that are corrupted by deception within faith groups that are linked to the blood of the children and esoteric conclusions of destruction of, I mean, it's a recipe for disaster, everybody. Recipe for disaster. And very fortunately, it's literally all going to be averted. It looks as though the entire thing is going to be averted and we're going to have heaven on earth because of this. But there's a key to all of this that's going to be coming in, how that links in with Sophia, Madeleine McCann, how it links in with Madeleine McCann and Mary Magdalene. Guess what? A company called Wormwood goes back into this, right? So that's also back in through the Company's House records. What else was I going to say? I'm sure there was a lot else I was going to say. So it talks about the fallen stars. Now we can make reference to that in all of this and how that ties into the Company's House records and into scripture, into Jim Carrey side of things. What was I else going to say about that? There's so much I could say. Right, let's just come to the comments. I think I've covered most of what I wanted to say based on this. So I'm going to just go to the beginning of the comments and just go through them if there's any questions. First few bits I've looked at. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for your coming on. I can't hear Gary. That's fine. Hopefully you can now. Why do you think you're living close? That was to somebody else. I thought Amazon, yeah, registered. Hopefully I've answered that. The Windies umbrella, yeah, sorted that out. Lots of yeses from my Grandmaster since 1307. Yep, thanks for that. I still have had no response from anyone. Sent my story and your documents to Gary. Yes, this is Vanessa saying absolutely nobody has responded to her correspondence whatsoever. Vanessa claims to be the real heir to the royal throne in the UK, and there's a lot of evidence that is supporting that case. No surprises there, Vanessa. Someone's put, it's making me so angry. Yeah, I can understand, Vanessa. You know, there's been times when I've had to really reel my... I had a conversation with someone, and this is why I'm... One of the reasons I'm going to be important in this, because what I'm trying to do is look at this as if I'm zoomed out at everything and try and look at all perspectives, all opinions, all the history, all of the evidence. And because otherwise I'm not going to be... You know, if I use my normal human instant reaction, which is to get vengeance, you know, and to be angry at these people, then that's going to cloud my judgment. It's going to cloud my ability to actually deal with this in the right way. So I have to be thinking about that every step of the way. And a big test was them taking my dog Rosie, as you know, and that was also symbolized through the name Precious, which links into the Lord of the Rings. My precious, where the ring could have become an evil, a duality, as opposed to a good duality, leading into the right way through the control of the normal instant human reactions to have an oversight as to everything so that I move forward dealing with it all in the right way. Anyway, hopefully you get the idea. What was a little bee or wasp? I've been to every authority you can think of, Vanessa's put, for 8 years. As a time traveler, I can confirm everyone gets sucked crazy style. I'm not too sure that's the case, that there is actual time travel at the moment. I think they're trying to, and I think it would have led to the end of everything. I could be wrong, but there's too much information at the moment, based on what I've got, to suggest they're trying to, but actually they haven't achieved it yet. Also, my brother designed the Hell Control Panel. Hell Control Panel, really? Oh my goodness. I don't know why I called it that. I think everyone is angry when they become away, hun, but the things they've done to you over the years. Okay. And the way Gary's family and friends treat him is unforgivable too. Yeah, look, I mean, I've had a lot of thoughts about everything, obviously, that's going on. And 4 years ago, let's think about this realistically. 4 years ago, if they came up to me and said, Gary, do you know who you are in this? And this is why. I'd have been like, what? And how am I going to sell that to the world? How am I going to sell that to the world at that point? If they had, for example, not right, let's go back to the documents within the company. I acquired forged bank documents. I was trying to acquire genuine bank documents so that we could file our accounts, because we were on a deadline for the company, Export Manor Freehold Limited. Right? Instead of supporting me in getting those documents, they ended up removing me as a director. This, of course, was like okay, well, there's something big going on here. Why would they have done that? All right. If they had done what I needed them to, would I have continued with this and found out what I found now? No. Was that staged by them, knowing who I am, thinking I may find this? Have to consider that, because it was so blatant, the corruption at every step of the way. It was almost like, wow, okay, this is how obvious. This is obvious, as if they're giving me the information to make me escalate my evidence and snowball it to this point and identify what's being really going on. All right. So I have to consider that some of that information has been staged. Now, had I not gone through and acquired this evidence over the last 4 years, I obviously wouldn't have found the link into stars. I wouldn't have found the links into falsified prophecies, into earthquakes. All right, I would have stopped a lot earlier had I not gone through this 4 years that I've been through, which has been a gradual escalated acquiring of evidence, which will be able to convince the entire world of what I'm saying, which will then tie into convincing the world who I may be in this through the evidence. I mean, it's pretty overwhelming. All right. Now, it's getting the evidence in a way that everyone will at least read it, or a way that is more impactful. So what I'm trying to work on is a chronological order, so everyone can, tying into the document with the verifiable evidence, so everyone can actually look at a timeline of events in all of this. All right. So that, I think, is going to be very important in relation to all of this, because it will give people that ability to understand it a little bit more, possibly. So anyway, yeah, let me come to the questions, otherwise I'm never going to get to them. Yeah, I'm actually really far north, so the heat's not too bad here. I had a lovely swim in the lake earlier. First time I've been submerged in water for, second time, sorry, since October, when I was released from prison. And it was, do you know what? It was amazing having this swim in this lake. It was just, I was laughing. I was just giggling because it was just so incredible, just being in the water. And I was just thanking where I was, because it's very beautiful where I am as well. And it wasn't even cold. It was just, wow, it just felt amazing. But yeah, anyway, I'm doing all right, thank you. He hated us, Manx, someone's put as well, when he was our mayor. Sun is a portal, they are all connected, it's like a brain, someone's put. Wormwood is a planet, someone said. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I couldn't remember if it was a star or, is it definitely a planet? I know it's a celestial body, but there's like a bit of misinformation. It's as if they don't know whether it's a star or a planet or whatever. Like, there's a couple of bits of information I've read, but I think it's a symbology of what I'm talking about. I think it's a lot of this is symbology. So we've got the links into the stars and everything else, but I think that was, you know, potentially put there deliberately for this moment in time, for this to all be brought out into the exposure. The cosmic web of galaxies is structurally similar to the neural network in the human brain, as both form complex interconnected systems of nodes and filaments. We are speeding up the equator is expanding. The wobble has stopped and we're powered up to go, someone's put. It's interesting. It's interesting you say that, King Kel, because the other day I came across information. I mean, if you imagine, let's just say they are trying to create time travel through a black hole on Earth, or they're trying to use it to create the end of creation. What's going to happen is you're going to have the world, and if they're pulling because you've got the two connections to the North and South Pole, this obviously of course links in with the Antarctic Treaty and stopping people going to the location, because it's very relevant to all of them in this. But if you imagine you're pulling the center of the Earth from the north and the south, then the circumference of the Earth will push out potentially. You know, it's like if you squeeze a ball, okay, the outer bits that aren't being squeezed become wider. So I actually came across a connection to a scientist that was studying the shape of the Earth, tying into an organization called Widening of the Earth, which then made a link to pi r squared that I'd already researched. And pi r squared calculates the circumference, the area of a circle. All of this was really quickly connected through my research in the Companies House records. So we've got to consider, where is that then monitoring the shape of the Earth and the circumference, how that may be being affected as they try and pull the center together into a point of singularity or black hole. Or has that information been positioned, or is all of this divine and it wasn't positioned, and because of the divinity through the return, is this why all of the evidence is being acquired? Are you planning a trip to Australia, Gary, to meet this other person, F4 State? I really don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to say too much about all of that at the moment. Sorry, hopefully you can appreciate that. How is their planets Kinhel? How is their planets Kinhel 13? Oh, there's a planet called Kinhel 13, is there? Or is it, you put it as a question. How is their planets Kinhel 13? Oh, right, you're just asking them. How is their? Hoping Gary meets me first, Dave. Thanks, Vanessa. 88, Back to the Future. On its side. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3 there. And that has been my evidence. If you was on my live a few days ago, I was literally, the screen was on its side as I was about to talk about the number 8 on its side. Didn't even realise that was, and then it came up. My number is the 8, and so is another relevant persons, as I've said. Plain plan one being people. Gaga. Plain plan one being. Someone's put you were talking nonsense. Not to me, to someone else. The point, King Kel, is trolling us all. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for the next comment. King Kel help. And Oak or Rosette's Russ at St Cork's Rose. You need to tell everyone that you're not suicidal. Thanks, Bad Sherry. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I'm not suicidal in any way, shape, or form. I'm not depressed. My health is really good. I've walked up on top of this hill or mountain. I think it's a hill. It's about over 400 meters, I think. Yeah, I'm not suicidal or depressed. Thank you very much. Good point. My bad. It was Quintoni who put the silly comments about galaxies. Oh, right. Thanks, Sarah. Does not look suicidal. I'm definitely not suicidal, 100%. I'm not even depressed. In fact, I'm incredibly pumped and motivated, if I'm being honest with you, even with all of this. You know, even with not knowing if I'm going to be living each day. It's pretty amazing. I had a conversation with someone yesterday, and it was just like, what an amazing, yesterday or the day before, what an absolute incredible time to be alive, and what a privilege to be part of such an important part of it. He's not at all in any way, shape or form suicidal. In fact, if it wasn't for Gary, I don't think any of us would still be here. Thanks, Air Force. Yeah, I'm not suicidal, 100%. Dolphin lives matter. All lives matter. All lives matter. This is what a big part of where we've gone wrong, right? Even the flies, I'm sorry to say, people that don't get a glass and a bit of paper or something and put them out and just squash them, that all needs to change. I'm sorry to say, everybody, we must be valuing life. Unless it's in self-defense, you know, we need to be thinking of animals all of the time, and that'll be one of the first things I will be focusing on if I have anything to do with whatever's coming. One of the first things is find out how many people there really are on Earth. All right, that's a big part of this, and know the threat in relation to the amount of people, whether that's even real. That's the truth. That's very important. Transparent financial system, absolutely critical, and I've got a very good idea how that would look initially on a transitional system. And definitely focusing on no suffering to animals whatsoever. All right, we really must value all of life, in my view. On the rim, dolphins lives matter. Preach it, brother. Someone's put Dave is a simp sending Vanessa virtual hug. Thanks, Bad. Defo R, Vanessa attention. Yeah. Government stooge, no doubt. Vanessa. Someone's put hello, Vanessa. Hi, Judith. I saw your story with Gary. You are a lovely woman. From Judith. Thanks, Judith, for your comment to Vanessa there. You are very down to earth and very real. I'm not too sure if that's, I think that's to Vanessa, but thank you if it's to me. Can't hear you, Gary. Hopefully you can now. Wormwood destroys parasites. Someone's put. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a very important analogy or symbol in relation to all of this. 20-30 seconds. Someone 1 2 3 put. What does that mean? 20-30 seconds. What's that? I'll screenshot that just in case you becomes relevant. I hear you. You have a troll spamming 2 letters oddly. Interesting. Thank you. Dude had 13 toes too. No joke. Oh right, really? Hi Gary. What about Madeleine McCann? Yeah, so much evidence in relation to Madeleine McCann. I've touched on some of it, obviously. The link straight to Keir Starmer. So on the Companies House records, you've got the London Law Agency on Keir Starmer's company, the Death Penalty Project Limited. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. My down to such an extent that it cut out for some reason. So I've just put it on charge. I've got a little power bank with me. So, yeah, Madeleine McCann. So the London Law Agency connected to the Death Penalty Project Limited, where Keir Starmer was a director. He resigned on the 5th of April 2020, the exact same day that the founder of the London Law Agency died. The London Law Agency connects to Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's. Those organisations link immediately to Madeleine's fund, leaving no stone unturned. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's was the organisation used by P. Diddy for his defence in the child trafficking allegations against him from 2024. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's is the company on the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that connects to me. Remember, on page 40 of that company's incorporation document, you have Ingenious Film Partners, you have the Hakluyt International Advisory Board, you have a Monks organisation, which becomes very relevant in all of this, and where they're moving multi-millions of pounds through a Monks organisation as the exposure continues. There's loads more evidence in relation to Madeleine McCann. There's obviously, I'm not going to know exactly what happened, whether she was even real or whether she really died, whether it was to position this information for me to uncover it to who I am. It's definitely part of all of this. We know that she is the most famous missing person on Earth. We know that there's multiple links in from Madeleine's fund leaving no stone unturned to Exbourne Manor. So we know it's all linking in with me for whatever reason. We've got the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce, which connects into Donald Trump, the earthquake technology again, which links into JP Morgan Limited, which links into the evidence that supposedly, now whether this, I have to consider this information, some of this information was positioned for me to realise the potential crimes against the children to come forward. So I do suspect that some more modern, more recent events that suggests the serious crimes against children may have been to assist in my awakening and making the connection to the historical blood of the children and how that ties into the system and how that links into the falsification of the religious establishments and how that links into me. I have to consider that some of the recent incidents may have been staged, because that is what part of the information is suggesting, to facilitate the identification as to who I may be and how that relates to the awakening of the world in all of this and the truth. Someone's put, no spiders, they're scary. It's funny, isn't it, how people are so, I mean, it's got to be from, you know, all of the movies and stuff like that, isn't it? Because really a spider isn't really any different from a fly, other than fly's got wings. You know, I'm not scared of spiders at all, but you know, I struggle to see, but I think it's because of the movies and because they've sort of indoctrinated this idea of spiders being, you know, bad. And of course, you've got some of them that do bite. Most of them don't. Most of them can't harm you. You know, and I mean, I love all animals. I always have. Like I've said before, when I was about 11 when I went to Canada, and I went and stayed on a camp with my best friend and his family. And there was a swimming pool, and I was going around trying to save all the flies off the swim. And, you know, so it's inherently within me. I've always been like that. Even now, you know, I can't stand animal suffering. I cannot stand it. It just big. I think it's because, you know, and don't take this the wrong way, I find it harder to deal with with an animal suffering than an adult suffering. As wrong as that sounds, I find it. I'd obviously go and save the adult first, because that's the right, morally, that's, to me, that's the right thing. To act emotionally, how I get affected, and I think it's because of the innocence within the animals. I think that's what it is. I'm so entwined with the innocence, with the pureness of moral conscience, that I know that the animals are innocent. All right, in terms of they don't have the knowledge to be corrupted. So I think I'm just in tune with that innocence, and I just want to protect the innocent, if that makes sense. And I know that all animals, they really do hold the essence of the innocence of creation, you know, because let's face it, they want to eat, drink, sleep, produce, and that's it, and they're happy and wander around and be free, and you know, and here we are causing them suffering, exploiting them, victimizing them, when actually we should be really looking to all of them as inspiration as to where we've gone wrong. You know, there's no ulterior motive with them, is there? You know, there's no, well, as far as we're aware, they're not, you know, obviously they've got to eat, but it's just like, I think that's why I've always loved animals. and John and Tony Podesta are involved with Madeleine McCann. Sorry, yes, thank you very much for reminding me. So yeah, the links into the Pizzagate scandal. So the laptop of, now again, this is possibly a deliberately staged event, all right, that may not be real because of the timing of it is so relevant in everything. I'm not saying it isn't, all right, but I have to consider that was staged because of a lot of the other evidence I've got around it. But the story goes that a laptop was seized of Anthony Weiner's laptop, and emails were found on there in relation to the Podesta brothers and Hillary Clinton, and a video supposedly showing the skinning alive of a young girl and then the drinking of that girl's blood. Now, this was started exposed in 2016, an absolutely critical year in relation to everything, because that is the year that a ritual appears to have taken place at the Shiva statue, which represents creation and destruction. And I only found this out recently, thanks to somebody else. That exact same month is when you had the Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games. Right, the Olympic Games connects to me. The research of the Olympic Games is what led me to a Hadron Collider, the first ever, that now linked me to another person that's very relevant in all of this, an 8-8 connection. Well, what is at Rio de Janeiro? Christ the Redeemer, which is a massive statue of Christ, as you're aware, overlooking the Rio de Janeiro. So there's a lot more research going on around that Olympic Games, but it is without a shadow of a doubt becoming relevant. It was the first Olympic Games ever with certain, I can't remember, it was the first of a lot of things. It was the first one in the Southern Hemisphere ever. Was it ever, or since 2000? I think it was ever. No, since 2000. Anyway, there's lots of firsts. It was obviously a very important one for them, and you had literally Christ the Redeemer there. So I think that creates that was deliberately to create that conscience connection to Christ at the same time that they were holding a potential ritual at CERN in relation to the Shiva and Shiva statue. Represents creation and destruction. And remember, my dream went straight to the control panel of the Large Hadron Collider. I'm gonna have to get a jacket on, I'm getting cold, bear with me. So you can see it's lovely. You won't be able to get this. Appreciate you as much. So you can see over there the you can see that got the clouds coming over from the mountains in the distance, and then over that way got foresty. You're not going to be able to see it very well. It's really frustrating, isn't it? You can't really appreciate things when you're on a camera. But so where were we going with that? I'm answering your questions, aren't I? So this laptop that links immediately into the Virgin Foundation via the Companies House records via Hillary Clinton. It ties into everything. It links into Exmoor Manor. It links into my wife's family, who are my wife's employer, who links almost immediately into Virgin Foundations. There's multiple connections. It's all very, very quickly all now being connected. It really is. Every single subject now is like almost immediately all being connected in now. It's not going to be a coincidence. Ian Fleming 007 documentary on Netflix. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Thanks, Karen. At the moment, okay, that's interesting. I've got nothing on my phone now. I've got no Netflix or anything. Check out Dr. Catherine Horton. Catherine Horton. Does that name come up recently for something? Everything is fake. Someone's put. Isaac Asimov said Sirius double star site. One is black hole. Interesting. Thank you very much for that. Double star system. Are you saying you're probably living in a simulation? No. Well, it depends what you mean by simulation. Do I believe everything that we're seeing and touching is real? Yes, I do, personally. Do I believe the financial system is an inverted, corrupted system? Yes. It doesn't actually exist legally. Yeah. And what I mean by that is, right, so if you create a company and it's an illegal entity, it's fraudulent, it doesn't legally exist. So if they've set up the entire system based on those illegal entities, then that means legally it doesn't actually exist. So it's been inverted, right? Because what they've done is they've actually created companies that are fraudulent to run the world, but they also put in place the legislation that proves those companies don't even exist legally. You see what I mean? So it's all completely inverted. The firmament, we live inside a closed system. Someone's put, some believe the sun, moon, etc. were manufactured. Yeah, I've heard that said. I hear from a comet, a list from India, from now to... Oh, is that... Something just jumped into the bush near me. I hear from a comet analyst from India, from now till 2040 will be disastrous geographically. Then after 2040, 1,000 years of peace. They are losing and they know it. I suspect there's going to be no catastrophic event. I suspect. That's the feeling I'm getting, because this evidence changes everything. It may be that they were planning it, or they thought that there was going to be something, but I think that would be a deception. You've got to remember, because you've got the satanic element in this, what is Satanism? It's deception. It's ultimately, it's about deception and inversion. And so therefore you're talking about deception upon deception upon deception, multi-layered deception. So every time you're thinking, now of course what you're going to come to, you're going to say, well, how do you know you're right if everything's a deception? Because what you need to look at is the overall. It comes back to what I said earlier. Instead of just looking at one particular bit of information, you need to step back and look at all of the information, right, which is what my evidence is enabling us to do, and identify history of things that have happened, things that may have gone wrong, articles that are being released, theories behind where it's gone wrong, theories behind what they may be aiming for, theories as to why they're not doing certain things and why they are doing certain things, the timings of those certain things, the timings of the release. So when you look at all of these things, you get a really good oversight to have a pretty good idea as to what the truth is in all of this and where it's heading. And of course, that takes a lot of effort. I mean, with a world of deception, that takes a lot of effort. Now, you've also got to think of, well, what would be the right conclusion in all of this? And what would make sense that the right conclusion in all of this would be? Well, obviously, battery died, not battery died, but it went onto its low mode. So what battery died, not battery died, but it went onto its low mode. So what a big deciphering the truth is what is the conclusion in this for them, and what is the conclusion, the right conclusion in this for everybody. So when you sort of look at all of those things, you can have a fairly good idea as to what's going on. Now, obviously, I've had to think, well, one of the big things I've had to think of over the last 4 years is there a catastrophic event that they're aware of that they can't tell the world, and they're just going to try and save themselves? And there was some information that was pointing it in that direction, but that does not fit everything. Right? When you look at everything, that wouldn't fit the information. There was some great information came out in 2030, when I was identifying an apocalyptic deception, tying in with Derren Brown back in 2012. He did a show called Apocalypse, And he was trying to convince somebody that the world was ending with an asteroid strike, and they used effects, and they had everybody in on it around him, and they used television and newspaper reports, etc., etc., etc. Well, anyway, he links to political organizations, Darren Brown. This was 2012, which was a key year. It was when the end of the Mayan calendar was, and when they claimed that CERN discovered the Higgs boson, or God particle. So I already had this information about an apocalyptic deception. The asteroid that was used was called Swift. Swift is the name of the international transaction system that they use in the fraud. Now, how did I find out about that? Well, somebody that is connected to Sasha Stone, who links to the black nobility families, told me about it, which then led me to look into it and find that actually information shows that Sasha Brown is actually at the heart of all of this. Sasha Stone, sorry, not Sasha Brown. All right. So that means the friend is also potentially corrupted by the deception, but they may be good, and they wanted me to find this to identify the exposure. And the deception with it. So, of course, I'm thinking, okay, there's going to potentially be an apocalyptic deception. They're going to try and play on everybody to fit the agenda, or they're wanting me to believe that the end of the world is occurring, which I know they do. All right? There's been multiple times over the 4 years when they've deliberately tried to make me think the world was going to end. All right? Now, of course, one of the thought processes, why would they do that? Why would they want me to believe that the world is going to end? All right, now I know it's not going to stop me from what I'm doing, so it can't be used to be trying to stop me. It can't be that it's trying to instill fear on me if I continue, so then you've got to come to, well, what are they trying to tell me? Well, because it ties into getting me to come forward, first of all. If I believe there's a risk of an end of all of creation because of an event that they're going to try and create, then it gets me to come forward against all of the risks, right? If I didn't think the risk was so high to the children, and I didn't think there was a risk to all of creation, would I have gone to this level of risk to myself personally? Possibly not. Possibly not, all right? So that could be a deliberate to make me help to prove who I may be in all of this, right? Willing to put myself on the line and risk everything against all of the odds to do what is right for humanity, children, and creation. Now, I then started talking about this and saying, I think there's going to potentially be a falsified apocalyptic event. I then did research around the doomsday clock through the Companies House records, which led inadvertently to a 2032 limited company. Right, so I was thinking, right, okay, we've now got 7 years. This was last year, so 7 years till 2032. We've got a 7-year tribulation event potentially about to start. Are they going to try and pull off a fake apocalyptic event with an asteroid hitting the Earth or something similar in 2032? Went on a live stream that day, publicised that's what I think they're considering. 2 days later, an asteroid was going to hit the Earth in 2032, all over the front pages. Right, they timed it deliberately with my live stream. All right, not knowing I'd made a fault in the trail of my evidence by an acronym missing a letter out, which led to me saying that, and I didn't know that at the time. It was only later I'd identified that mistake with one chain of the evidence that led me to 2032. All right, to say that. So I said that, and this was New Zealand. I was given information that this was actually on the front pages of New Zealand as well. Anyway, so as I'm talking about all of this, suddenly Catherine Fitz comes out and says that $21 trillion has been pumped into an underground doomsday tunnel system, or city, in fact, was the word, in the event of a doomsday apocalypse. So the rich and famous can actually go and hide in that city. The trouble is, Catherine Fitz, I found through the Companies House records, was linked to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, all right, which we already know is mass deception upon deception, okay? And they're linked into the blood of the children, and into the falsified prophecies, and into the criminal network, and into everything else. Now, that Catherine Fitz appears to be an identical person. It looks like it's a twin, or the same person as the person who had been the CEO for the Podestas Brothers companies, everybody. Yep. So it links back in with the Pizzagate scandal and into everything else that I've been exposing. So, and that also cropped up. Yeah. So when I was researching Apophis, the asteroid Apophis that they were trying to claim may have hit Earth in 2029, and if it did, that is a changing asteroid if it's real. I suspect it's not even a real asteroid, everybody. All right, just like the comet that they claim took out the asteroids. I don't believe that is true. 1 second, for 1 second. All right. So Apophis also makes the connection to the underground doomsday apocalypse. All right. But Catherine Fitz, she's talking about the $21 trillion, but she's not saying anything about Companies House. She's not saying anything about the forgery of the Companies House records. Why not come out if you're saying that money has been laundered from the masses in relation to $21 trillion being funneled into an underground city? Now, she used to work for the Bush administration at the White House, everybody. This isn't just anybody coming out and saying this, right? Why not say, you know, that she's admitting the theft. She's admitting the funding of $21 trillion. Why not say they've been doing it through forgery of the Companies House records? Now, I tried to contact her, get her to contact me, and if she sees this, get in contact with me, Catherine Fitz. No connection whatsoever. So they're trying to hide something more. They're trying to hide a bigger deception within the system, which is what I am exposing, everybody. All right, they want you to believe that there's going to be a natural apocalyptic event, because that way they can come in with a fake apocalyptic event as a reset if they want to, if they become too cornered. And they can go through that deception, hide their criminal system, including the deception control over those involved in the deceptive fraud element, but aren't involved in the blood of the children. They can say there's going to be an apocalyptic event, and we're going to give you and your families salvation because you're part of our secret club. Okay, so therefore they're not going to be wanting to talk out, but they don't know potentially that that's all a lie. All right, because of the cornering of the entire criminal network through this evidence. So they were trying to set up, I believe, a fake apocalyptic natural event, or get those people in the criminal system that don't want to harm the children, that they have actually been facilitating the harms of the children by what they're part of, and maintain that element of control within the secret societies as a last effort to do that by promising the salvation through a false apocalyptic natural event. And then, of course, they can convince them to go into the tunnel system, and then they wipe out the rest of humanity with another event that they blame on a natural event. All right, now, what would have been ideal for them is a radiation event through the cell towers. All right, so you time a solar event, all right, not an asteroid strike, because otherwise, how are you going to then come out from that tunnel system and convince the people who are in it that there actually was a natural event? Well, this is where the cell towers will be critical, isn't it? Because if the cell towers can become harmful, you then hide that as an apocalyptic event, because it's the same radiation as the sun, right? But electromagnetic radiation. So you can say solar event, right? Use that to convince the people in the system that it was a solar event, but actually it be the cell towers. Now, what have we got at the moment? We've got the El Nino event that is happening in the world. So they claim, all right, the heating of the oceans, which then leads to potentially catastrophic natural weather events, is causing a problem on Earth again to potentially fit the falsified apocalypse. Now, that event goes on till next year. Let me just charge my phone. Right, the El Nino event goes on. The actual sun, which links to Ra, the Egyptian god, and you have the return of the sun potentially during this El Nino event. Now, it could be all of this is a deception, right? And they are timing the return of Christ with the El Nino event, which is symbolizing the return of the sun. Now, they set up fake information to link into a reset system. Okay, it's a position of an event of El Nino reset, but that information was positioned. Right? You can see from the evidence it was positioned in the timings from May this year. As I was starting to keep coming out with the evidence of the falsified prophecy event reset, they try involving the sun and how that links in with the cell towers. So this came out in May, and I can't find any articles at all about the 1877 El Nino prior to, I think it was 2017. So this, of course, is when the St. Puy-X, I didn't say this earlier, but 2016, the Pizzagate scandal, the ritual at CERN, the Olympic Games, 2017, Donald Trump positioned also the St. Puy-X began again indefinitely. Linking back, remember the St. Puy-X tying into 1976. It began in 1970, had 6 years initial period to 1976 when Apple was created. Linking in to me in 1977 and the connection to the Foundation of Science and Technology. All right, so this St. Puy-X was then set up indefinitely. There's a St. Puy-X meeting on the 1st of July, which I think is going to be an important meeting to them. So we have the El Nino event, linking in with Christ. If you look at El Nino, in with Christ, and it links into linen, which is the material used in the Turing crowd, and also it ties into the material used to, they wrapped Jesus in when he was born, according to the information. So this is all linking into El Nino and that particular word, right? Of the Christ, not resurrection of Christ, resurrection of the. So is this a symbolic return of the Son over the next 24 months, or sorry, 12 months that they're setting up as a return to Christ symbology, and then concluding it, tying in the direction of the Christ? It has to be considered. Are they actually going to try and do a false reset in this period because of the Sun and using the cell towers? Let's face it, they're in a very difficult position. They are in a very, very difficult position. There will be people in the system now realizing how fully exposed they are, actually having the thought, oh, we need to get rid of all of the innocents. Otherwise, how are we going to get out of this? How are we going to get out of this now? All right, they're going to want to strung up. Well, this is where it's so important, isn't it, that I have an overview of everything and I look at the history, why they're doing what they're doing potentially, all right? Because otherwise, how we actually, everyone wanting to just go and hang the media, that doesn't make sense. Having the instant natural human reaction is to do that, isn't it? Right? Because of the corruption they've been involved in the blood of the children. But everyone needs to take a step back and look at the evidence, look at all of the history, where this has gone wrong, all right? We can only deal with this in the right way when we have that level of understanding, okay? Because what do you think they're going to do if they think there's no way they're going to be strung up and they're going to be, executed or whatever, right? Then, and theories and the understanding have gone wrong right from the beginning. And controversial thing I'm about to say, very controversial. If somebody, let's just say somebody has been brought up around bad things, right? And yes, it does. Of course it does, right? If you have someone that's been brought up in completely the right way, and don't forget you're talking about sexual indoctrination as well, but let's just talk about one lifetime. So if somebody has been brought up in a family where moral conscience is the foundation, right? Son, daughter, everything you do, you must be thinking, is it the right thing you do before you do it? Is it important that you think that your truth is the foundation of how you move through your life, all right? And then you have somebody that has been led to believe exploitation and victimization of the innocent is normal, is normal. It's part of their history. It's part of so the brain is conditioned to it. It's not their fault that they're thinking it's normal. It's because of with their bloodline history. All right, we have to think about that. Otherwise, we don't become the correct. We're not in the correct mindset of how we resolve this. So that is very important. And don't forget, the removal of rationality is so incredibly important in this. So if you have somebody who is completely rational, all right, so they haven't been drinking, they're not under too much stress, they haven't taken any drugs, they're not on medication, they're not depressed, and they go out and they commit a murder, all right, not in self-defense, a premeditated murder. obviously no excuse. There's no sort of mitigating circumstances, is there, at all? Right? If you have somebody that has broken up with their wife, and they go out and they don't normally drink, and they go out and they get really drunk, and they end up killing somebody, not premeditated, but they end up killing somebody because they act in a way they would not normally have in that rational state of mind. All right, this is a systematic problem. Make no mistake, everybody, it's systematic. So in other words, the reason they broke up in the first place, the husband and wife, will probably be related to the systematic problem. Is it pornography that has led to the separation? Is it that then led to an affair? Is it because, remember, they're behind the pornography? Is it that there was a mental health issue within the relationship because the system creates the mental health problem? All right. Is it that they're taking medication that led to the relationship breakdown? Is it that, that they're being poisoned somehow that they don't know about, that then makes them feel irritable, so they have arguments with their partner, and they don't feel as though they can be with their partner, and that creates them go, then to somebody else, and that will fulfill them. We look at this, the system needs to be the protection, all right, because the system is the cause of all of the problems. And the people behind that system, and how that ties in with the falsified prophecies. So you change the system, you change even that chain of events that lead to those deaths in those circumstances will probably be removed, or at least massively reduced, because you won't have people wanting to drink so much, all right, because the education will be different. You won't have people that are suffering from mental health so much. You won't have people working so much. All right? I anticipate people only need to work less than half of what they're working realistically, because of the fraud, right? Because the fraud is enabling the laundering of the money, siphoning it off to exploit and create a false economy on the system. The trouble is we can't trust the Bible as it was written by man. Yeah, absolutely, Air Force Dave. You can't trust anything that's been controlled by these people. The whole system is compromised. But very fortunately, it's written within our DNA, isn't it? The very foundation of where this has gone wrong. Love thy neighbor. So from that, we can really have an understanding, without any book, without anything, to really see where this has gone. Someone's put 200 fallen angels descended to earth. They were supposed to look over humanity, but lusted for earthly women. Thanks, Carla. Yeah, it really is true. All of those seven sins, we've all been guilty to them to a certain degree. They are really important in this. And part of the awakening through this evidence is to get us all to realise the sin within us, and to all adapt and all change. Every single one of us needs to change in some way. We really do. Every one of us. And you may not even realise what you're doing wrong in your life, and how you're actually contributing to this whole entire thing that we're dealing with here. But obviously we haven't known about the fraud, so we haven't known about the ultimate deception behind the entire system, and therefore we've been deceived, because now we're getting the answers to everything that has had 100% affected everyone on this earth. So Vanessa's put, I know how you feel. I have to sit back and keep my head straight and forget what this evil family has done to me. Now, Kirby Summers was saying the same as you about Sean Atwood not being who he claims. Sean Atwood. I don't think I said Sean Atwood isn't who he claims, as in that's not his name. There is a connect. Oh, sorry, I'm getting mixed up. You've got Sean Atwood and what's the other one? What's the other Sean and Ron? Anyway, I think they're all compromised. If I'm being honest with you, I think they're all compromised by this. I think they know more than they're letting on. It may be they were positioned as part of the awakening with the everything that's being exposed. It may be they were positioned timing-wise. I'm not too sure when they were actually when they started doing what they were doing. I know a lot came out in 2016, didn't they? thanks to somebody else, I've been told that a lot of them came out in 2016. Well, that ties back in, doesn't it, with what I've just said? In 2016, the Pizzagate scandal, was it part of the awakening? Although they're part through my evidence to the awakening, us all realizing our part to play in turning this around and bringing heaven on earth. Kirby Summers was saying the same about you, Sean Atwood. Sean Atwood. So yeah, Sean Atwood, and I forget what the other Sean's name. Sean. There's two that I was interviewed by. Completely gone out of my mind. Anybody more than 170,000 subscribers is a drifter. Yet anyone, literally anybody that's got like like you say, a few 100,000 or even tens of thousands, to be honest with you, they're going to be part of the, deception in this. They're not talking about the right thing in this. Now, whether it's a bad deception or whether they're actually part of the awakening, this is now something we have to consider. And they're allowing me to be the person. Now, this could be, think about this actually. I've just thought, why am I the only person speaking about this? Now, it's possible because they know who I am, they've all been instructed to allow me to be the one to bring the full truth through the evidence as to everything. Because of who I am, because of who I'm going to end up needing to come forward as, that could be part of this. That could be an element of this as to why they're not talking about it and refusing to. It could be. Good to hear you got to enjoy. Good to hear you got to enjoy a seam. Oh, swim. Sorry, I just saw afterwards. Thank you, Empowered. Yeah. I'm gonna do it again. Actually, it just really revitalized me. Yeah, it was lovely. Thank you very much. Where can I find your story? I'm new here. Hi, Mukolinsky. I hope you're doing well. So I've got a document that proves everything. It's on my Telegram channel, but I'm adding to the document all of the time. So every now and then I'm putting out an updated document and putting it on my Telegram channel. But you can see the previous document I produced on my Telegram, which is Gary for Freedom. Just go on to the main Telegram page, Gary for Freedom. Scroll up a little way and you'll see a document which has got a number of, I think it's 05, it's a date anyway, of 2027 at the beginning. And it's the main evidential research document. You can go and get that document and hopefully download it from there. And it has all of the evidence proving everything. I'm not an author, okay? So it's not like, I've never written a book or anything like that. I've never done anything like this in my entire life. So you'll notice a lot of things that probably aren't done in a way that very well done, but I've just done my best. That's all I can do. There's a lot of spelling mistakes in it. But the next document is, it's gone really, my battery's gone on to, there you go. But the evidence is there. The overwhelming evidence proves everything in there. And I have mentioned a lot of my sort of backstory in relation to it as well and how I got into the evidence. So yeah, that's Gary for Freedom on my Telegram. You can also contact me on my messenger through Facebook, which is Gary for Freedom as well. Oliver's put, it's obvious because Gary is involved in all of this. They are trying to invent time travel at CERN to stop Gary being born. I haven't thought of that, to be honest with you. I don't think that's it, but interesting concept. Interesting concept. Whether you're saying that sarcastically or not, I don't know. But yes, on its SUDE. The Bible said wormwood would come to poison. That's it. Yes, it did. It said there would be poisoning of the waters and the earth. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. It does. You're right. Do you know what the English translation of Chernobyl is? Wormwood. Is it really? Wow, that's very interesting. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Actually, I've just researched Chernobyl. Unbelievably, it's interesting you say that. And they removed my video saying that it's all connected literally immediately from TikTok. It's massively connected into this. The Chernobyl links are huge, and they link back to me and to somebody else as well in the research. Gary, have you looked into element 6, the sixth element? They are supplying diamonds for LHC. They're connected to De Beers. Reconnecting, right. Thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you very much, Philip Oliver, because as I've just said, the De Beers have featured in critical research. I can't remember what was coming in from, but it becomes very relevant. Thank you for that. We are the fallen species. All other nature is perfect balance and cannot sin. Yeah, it certainly feels that, doesn't it? Good dog. Certainly does feel that that's the case. There's no such thing as sin. Empowerment has said. Well, there's obviously... Get another jacket on. I'm cold. The doing things wrong. You know, going against what you believe to be right. You know, that's really the point we need to get at, everybody. And we've all been there, you know, whether it's a small thing or not. Whether it's a small... Oh, where's my camera gone? Whether it's a small thing or not, we all need to be getting to a point where when our brain is acknowledging, is it right or is it wrong with what I'm about to do? Every time we need to be saying, if it's wrong, we don't do it. Now that's tough. That's tough. But, you know, because you're talking about every small little thing here I'm on about here. So, you know, whenever you have a thought that, you know, that you're going to continue with, a good example, all right? A good example. Well, this was a lie, okay? It was a lie. So, you know, some people are going to say, well, is it always wrong to lie? Yes, I think it is. All right, and you can avoid lying. All right, so if someone says, do you think this looks good, and you know that you're going to upset them by saying no, all right, you just don't answer, or you answer in a way that isn't a lie. So you could say, you know, yeah, but I think it'd be better if you wore something else, or you did this. You know, you don't have to lie, and you know, you don't have to give an answer that upsets necessarily. You know, I'm trying to think of a good example where it's a really contentious issue as to whether you lie or whether you tell the truth. It's not at the moment, but you know the sort of thing I'm talking about. You know, because it's when we start down that route of lying. So this person was in there. It did make me. I didn't laugh, but I was like, oh my goodness me. I was like, why is she lying? I was sat in a location, which is not. It's not a hospital, put it that way. Where you can eat and drink. It was in a pub, and where I had a coffee, and they literally were sat on the phone multiple times telling the person they were in the hospital, and it was like I almost said something to them, and they were talking as if they loved this person. They were just sat there by themselves. It's not like they were meeting somebody, you know, that they were just having the food and they had a coffee as well. And they were blatantly lying continuously, saying, "Yeah, I'm in the hospital." And then when they said, well, "What's that in the background?" They said, "Oh, yeah, it's just the people in the people in the waiting room." And I was like, "Oh my goodness, man, this is where we've gone wrong. This is where we've gone wrong." Now she would have known what she was doing was wrong. She would have known what she was doing was wrong. And of course, how can you base a relationship on lies? If you're just going to lie to somebody all the time, would she have liked it the other way around? Would she have liked it if that person was lying to them? And then how that has the ability to destroy the entire relationship. All right, as soon as that lie is identified, why did you lie? What's a good reason for that lie? I mean, there's no, you know what I mean? It just, as soon as lies creep in, everything starts to fall apart. All relationships. You can't have a relationship based on deception, on lies, any relationship. And we've all been there. We've all been in a position like we've told a lie or told an untruth or whatever it is you want to call it. It's not even a word, is it? But you know what I mean? This is where we've gone wrong. And we must, at every crossroads, make the right choice from now on so that this never happens again. And of course, corruption follows from the top down. So if you have a system that is corrupted from the top down, then of course, society will be corrupted. Right, we see it in the movies, the lies, the deception, the crime, the evil, all of this stuff. and then it filters through into our conscience, and we become programmed to be more accepting of deceit and lies and crime and evil. Whereas what we should be saying is no evil is acceptable. I had a talking about the doomsday clock. So we're the closest to midnight. Right. So if you realize that clock is the end of everything at the top, let's just say that is the end of all of creation, and it's the closest to midnight. So what we need to do is, now some people say, well, there must be good and evil. You must have evil in the world. It's a balance. It's a balance. Well, why do you have to have evil? Why do you have to have? Can't we base our world on complete truth, complete transparency, to prevent the risk of this ever continuing? And that doomsday clock, I basically was saying what we need to ensure is that those hands on that clock are go right back round, not just to half past, so that we've got a balance of good and evil. We need to get that clock right the way back round now to 1 minute past midnight. All right, we need to turn back time. Ironically, symbolically, I'm talking about here. Turn back symbolically time back to the clocks being 1 minute past midnight. All right, and we need to maintain that at 1 minute past midnight, not half past, not try because, oh, it's okay, as long as we've got a balance of good and evil in the world, then it's okay. No, because then the risks are higher on earth. Whereas if we actually have it as we try and eliminate it, and now I actually believe if the system is based on truth, transparency and trust, I believe what will happen is we will all become close to the Creator. I believe that moral conscience will become the foundation. Everybody will become fulfilled. People will not feel as though they need things that corrupt them, to make them feel relaxed, to make them feel better in life, because the system will become the safeguard to all of humanity and creation. Let's call it let's call it against love and life for children. Someone's put humanity and nature. Are you a top or a bottom? What does that mean? Sorry. Was that in relation to something I was saying? Spiders' biology has nothing in common with any life on Earth, apparently. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I find it amazing that they, these tiny creatures have the ability to just move around and react to us, spin a web, and look at us. And 8 eyes. I mean, 8 eyes they have, apparently. Is it 8 eyes? I think. No, it's more than 8 eyes. It's 8 legs. Don't they have is it 8 eyes? I don't know. I can't remember now. Gary, you have a heart of gold. Thanks very much. Empowered. I'm just doing what's right, and I'm being guided. So I had a conversation the other day, and someone said, look, if it turns out that you are who the evidence is suggesting you are, what does that mean, or how you will react? And to be honest with you, I said, look, if I get the evidence to actually concretely prove it to everybody, I'll just be like, okay, doesn't change me, doesn't change what I'm doing. Let's get on with this. Let's just change the earth. Let's bring about this new system. How do we work around these problems? How do we resolve this? It'll be a case of just full steam on. Let's just get this sorted. No matter who I turn out to be in this. And then I'll stay in a tent for the rest of my life if necessary to stay safe so that I can make that happen. I'm not bothered about a mansion. I'm not bothered about money. I'm not bothered about cars. I've actually learned a lot just being in a tent. It's been far easier than I ever imagined. It's actually been lovely being so close to nature, even with the little mice bit, chewing holes in the tent. It's actually been challenging and uncomfortable, but in some way also character building for me. Went through winter with absolutely this isn't me, I'm just telling you how this has sort of affected me. So no heating whatsoever in my tent, and I went through the winter in the Highlands of Scotland, everybody, with no heating whatsoever. And do you know what? It was easy. It was easy. Do you know what? I was cold, but I just got in a sleeping bag. I just put some extra layers on. No cooking appliances, no heating whatsoever, in a tent in the Highlands, and there you go. So it's been a very, very interesting journey for me all the way through. Spiders, 8 legs and 8 eyes. Right, okay, they do have 8 eyes. Someone's put as well, yes. Very interesting. A double 8. Wow, double 8 again, isn't it? 8 and 8 again. Spiders. Spider-Man. That's going to become relevant, isn't it, in this? Keir Starmer is just another Mossad puppet. Everything on the world stage is involved. Involved. Yeah, absolutely. Jews the real enemies. No, they're not the real enemies. Okay, King Love, you're corrupted, I believe. Jews have been infiltrated, right? You're fitting the falsified prophecies. That's what they want you to think. This is why they've positioned loads and loads of Jew companies, but we know it's not the Jews because you've got the satanic connection into them and you have the theory of evolution connected to them. So they're not real Jews. The world stage needs... Yep, the world stage need very special evil skills to access that arena. Yeah. Not a real cloud, someone said. He hasn't yet. We're being poisoned and radiated. Than a concrete city. Oh, 100%. Well, look, the system has motivated, okay, the expansion of humanity. Right, it's build bigger, build better. Right, what we should be thinking is sustain nature, look after nature. Right, don't build unless it's absolutely essential. Maintain areas to the size they are rather than expanding over nature, and actually integrate. How do we actually ensure that nature is protected moving forward? Now, this system has motivated, for example, more people to have children. Right, through the benefit system. So it's actually beneficial, whether it's, I don't think it's the case now, but it has been for many, many years, beneficial to have more children because of the benefit system. All right. Well, of course, they'll be thinking more children, more tax, more money to go back in, pump into this criminal network and pay for their addictions, pay for all of these world problems, and tie back into everything that I'm exposing. So again, the removal of the system will remove that motive. There won't be a motive for that anymore. The motive will be to alleviate all world problems because it's not a problem reaction solution criminal network anymore. All right. So at the moment, the motive is to create problems so that the exploitation can continue through the financial fraud that's in place. So what will happen is you will find that everything will just fit into place. It will all fall into place. One of the big things I have to think about is, look, with reversing the criminal system that they have, you then free humanity more. But the issue comes where, some people have said discussions have taken place around compensation for people. Now, in theory, everybody should be given probably millions for the compensation for what we have been put through with this emotionally, psychologically, financially, the evil going back centuries. But that will not work. That will actually create more of a problem, right? Because you can imagine if everyone suddenly got paid £2 million, that means everyone's going to be trying to because then what will happen is but the corruption within us will kick in, all right? The materialistic corruption. You will find that everybody will want to go and buy a big house, all right, which is going to have a problem environmentally. You will find everybody wanting more cars, all right, more things with the materialism that has been indoctrinated into them, which began right from the deception within Christmas, right, where we teach the children that it's okay to lie. Well, we tell them it's not okay to lie, but we lie to them about Father Christmas as Santa, and then we turn around and say, actually, I'm sorry, we've been lying to you for a few years because Father Christmas isn't even real. And I know, I'm sorry, I've been telling you can't lie. What a mess up. What a way to mess the children up straight from the outset. And of course, through that process, we have to buy loads and loads of gifts, and they make it so that the kid is pressurized to want the same toys as all of their other children. Well, of course, we're indoctrinated materialism into them. We are indoctrinating into that mind, that materialism, that wanting more, and making us think that is what is going to make us happy. No, it doesn't. What makes you happy is the connection to the fulfillment through experience, through nature, through love, through relationships, through understanding. Fulfillment is a big one. You know, because if all of you felt fulfilled, you wouldn't be chasing anything else, would you? If you were fully fulfilled, well, the fulfillment comes through the moral conscience as a foundation again, all right? Come in touch with the Creator, and through that Creator connection, you become fulfilled. No matter what the environmental situation is around you, you are fulfilled. And it's the same with my situation at the moment, in a tent. Since October last year, I've been in a tent, and I feel incredibly fulfilled, incredibly motivated. I feel happy. I feel, really, really driven to conclude this in the right way. Incredibly hopeful, and I don't actually want to live in it may be that, do you know what, I actually think, do you know what, I'm going to just carry on living in a tent, even when this is resolved. This is how I'm starting to think, everybody. All right? It's incredible. It's incredible how this whole journey and this experience really makes you look at yourself and realize where it's gone wrong, and actually really want to be part of ensuring it never gets to this point again, and actually be willing to, it's not even making a sacrifice doing what I'm doing. Living in a tent on a mattress that's but then you look at how it's actually made me grow, and how much positivity has come from it as well, that I wouldn't have experienced had I still been in a motorhome, had I still been in my property. It just it's mind-blowing, everyone. Hi all, I hope you're doing well. Hi, Jason Briash is his name. They want full control, believe they're invisible, and try to play God. They try to make the world end for us while they hide in their bunkers. It won't happen. Yeah, I believe that's the case as well. The ultimate motive for them is difficult to work out. I've had some conversations about this, and we were obviously saying, well, is the motive just for complete control and domination? Well, that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit all of the evidence at all. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense when you look at all of the evidence that I've got, how it ties in with the falsified prophecies, the scripture, and the information that's been coming into me. It just does not make sense that is the ultimate agenda. So when you look at the Albert Pike letter, that seems to be absolutely critical in all of this, which says it talks about taking over the world, but it also talks about bringing the light of Lucifer upon the earth and destroying Christianity, destroying the Muslim faith, and destroying atheism. So that becomes really important, because the connections to the Albert Pike letter are all the way through this, right? So when I was talking about Donald Trump earlier, the royal family and earthquake companies, you have that straight of a link in then to Albert Pike via a company called Garibaldi Mazzini Foundation, which links straight to an earthquake company. So we know that the ultimate conclusion is tying into that Albert Pike letter, all right, which is about the light of Lucifer. And we know, because of the link to the earthquake companies and to the collider technology, we can assume that the Albert Pike letter and the reference to the return to bring the light of Lucifer ties into the earthquakes, tribulations, potentially them trying to create time travel, or the end of all of creation through that, or risking it at the very least. So we know that the ultimate conclusion isn't just control and domination. It's much more than that. It's much more than that, because of all of these other connections being made. Fitz is the queen of the money laundering operation, someone's put. Catherine Fitz you're referring to. Interesting. Catherine Austin Fitz was on George Bush's senior's presidential cabinet, speaks volumes on who she is. Yep, she was on the Bush administration. Fitz is giving them all plausible deniability. Yeah. The Bible is the truth, you've said. God's servants wrote it under... Look, Rosie, if anyone now that does not consider that has been corrupted, I'm sorry, you've been deceived. All right, it's very, very obvious. You must consider that the case. Otherwise, you could be leading everybody into the wrong conclusion in all of this. All right, Gutenberg's was a German company that was the first organization in 1440. It started printing. I can't remember when it mass produced the first Bible. Okay, that ties massively into the criminal network, massively. I actually found a link coming in from that. It led to DNA equals X, connected to Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. So DNA, as in what's in your body, equals X. X is the bloodline of Christ. All right, linked straight into there. Now, that if there is a child that has been produced by Christ, then unfortunately we know the scripture's been completely manipulated, because it doesn't say about that, does it? That's been omitted. All right. When you look at some of the things within the Bible, it fits the satanic agenda. All right, the paying of the taxes. All right, where it's been suggested that you must pay, and I've actually seen a bit from the Bible, you must pay all of your taxes. What? What if the taxes are being used for the blood of the tortured children? All right, and the crimes against humanity? Well, we go back to moral conscience. We know that's not going to be true, because the Creator created moral conscience, and that goes against it. So therefore, the Creator would not have said that. So therefore, that bit in the book cannot be real, can it? It just doesn't make sense. And anyone that keeps saying that is part of the agenda, part of the control mechanism. Anyone that says, it's all right, everyone, just wait for Jesus to come. Just sit back and wait for Jesus to come, and that's all you need to do. All right? Now, if you're literally being told to do nothing and wait for that, well, that's setting up their control system, isn't it? And their way out of this. If you see, I keep saying this, but I can't think of a better analogy at the moment, a child running towards the road, I don't say, it's all right, Jesus is going to intervene there and I don't need to do anything, is it? I'm not going to try and stop that child running in the road because it's all going to be okay. No, of course I don't. I run over and I do my best to stop that child being run over. Okay? That didn't make sense. You know what I mean? I run over to there and try and stop the child being run over. You know, that's just inherently built in with me through the Creator, right? Because the moral conscience is saying, oh my goodness me, I must save that child. Well, now we're in the situation of, oh my, we must save humanity and creation. And we must do everything. And if I'm not willing to sacrifice myself and put myself on the line at least to try and do that by reading something to a solicitor or by going to try and arrest a solicitor, then you are part of the problem. I'm sorry to say. You are part of the problem. And then you're coming back to the judgment upon us all will be justified. If none of us are willing to actually do something as simple as reading something to a solicitor or going just telling a solicitor that they're under citizen's arrest to apply pressure without holding on to them, you're part of the problem, everybody. And again, prepare to be judged. If I can't stop what it looks like they're trying to do, you know, or what may happen accidentally through what they're trying to do, then that be the judgment against you all. There's no excuses, everybody, now. You need to all be getting out there, assisting me, applying pressure on the system, all right, and getting out there. And I know some people, yeah, but well, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're just watching me continuously. How's that going to change anything? All right, I may be able to change things through myself doing what I'm doing and what I plan to do. But are you really going to put this all on somebody else? Are you not going to play your part? Now, you should all be submitting online police reports every day. You should be doing that. Every MP should be receiving emails from you. You should be getting out there, knocking on doors, getting them to see the evidence. Not worrying about what people think of you with what you're saying. What worrying about whether you might get a letter if you don't pay a bill. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's just, you really need to change how you're acting with all of this. And this isn't, I don't mean to be, you know, I'm sorry to be a little bit, you know, blunt with all of this, but, you know, this is way bigger than worrying about, you know, things that may or may not happen to you personally. All right, because the evidence says there may be no future for you anyway, so you've got nothing to lose. And if there's any risk to children, the most innocent of all, then you need to be willing to put yourself on the line to change that. The all-seeing eye on the dollar is Global Surveillance Systems. Yeah, and guess what? A company, all-seeing eye, links straight to me as well. It also links into the Eye of Horus, linking in with Egyptology, which ties back in with the Ra symbology, which Ra is the, as I said, almost the symbolic image of Christ through the return of the sun, both bringing light upon the darkness. The all-seeing eye on the dollar bill is global surveillance, someone's put. Like God watching over you, knowing all things, global surveillance system, someone's put. I had a bizarre dream. There was, this is interesting, 50-odd sphinx floating on the ocean, and a man was coming down the left side of one. He had himself tied with rope to severely animals, dog being first, several animals, dogs being first. I was watching. That's interesting. Let me just read that again. Bizarre dream. There's 50-odd sphinx. That links into Egyptology. Floating on the ocean, and a man was coming down the side of one of them. Interesting. He had himself tied with rope to several animals. Dogs being the first. That's interesting, isn't it? Probably going to be some relevance to that. How does Mark Steele's findings about Jews directed energy weapons being incorporated in ULEZ cameras come in? Thank you very much for your question, Denise. I like it when I get questions like this. It's good. So if anyone's got a question, put it on, but I'm not going to stay on much longer, so maybe don't put too much for me now. So Mark Steele, I was contacted by him, I think was it early 2024? I think. Anyway, this was around the time that I was building evidence around the potential threat from directed energy weapons, and he gave me some names of companies that are behind the technology in the street lamps, I think, and some of the cell towers. So I researched them and found that from every single angle they linked back into all of the crime that I was finding. So of course this was very much an interesting point for me, because I was starting to realise the potential threat from the cell towers as the exposure continued. So as I continue to back the international governments into a corner through this evidence, I realised, okay, well, this is potentially going to be used against humanity, and very possibly has been used in the past in relation to other technologies such as RF frequencies, radar, which is what the information suggests. They had been using that against humanity physically and psychologically. Anyway, Mark Steele, then I was contacting him, and eventually it come to the point where I was so convinced through the evidence that the cell towers needed to be removed that I started having discussions about doing this to trigger a worldwide disablement of the cell towers to protect humanity. And but during this process, Mark Steele was supposedly supporting people that had disabled some technology through the courts, but he wasn't willing to actually put his face to disabling this technology himself. Massive alarm bell. Why wouldn't you be willing to do that? Show your face. If you were that convinced that they were a weapon, why wouldn't you be disabling them and telling the world to disable them? Which is what I did. I'm the only person in the world, as far as I'm aware, that actually did it. All right. Well, it was set up. Mark was then trying to make me think that it was a terrorist event to do it. But I identified it wasn't terrorist. And in fact, you had a connection within the legislation that gave multiple defences with my evidence to go and take all of the cell towers down. But Mark was not willing to take them down himself. Okay. So he was trying to convince me that I would be locked up for a very long period of time if I was to go and do it. All right. Now, this could have been a test for me, which I'll come to in a minute a bit more. So I was then there was so I was talking about disabling a cell tower, and this is when Rob the Rat Catcher, who was part of the peace officers, said that he would arrange for him, Mark Steele, to be with him whilst I disable a cell tower. So not them disabling a cell tower, me be with them to disable a cell tower. Why would I need to be with them, first of all? Right? Why would I need to be with them? Why would I put myself at risk in doing that? So, of course, it was a massive alarm bell to me. All right. Mark Steele also did work with Sasha Stone. All right. Both of them saying that the cell towers may be used for an extinction level event on Earth. Well, Sasha Stone links to the black nobility families via the research and the blood of the children. So, of course, he's corrupted by the system. So could this all have been a test because they know who I am, to see if I would actually come in and publicly disable a cell tower and actually, show to the public, look, here I am, here's my face, here's what I'm doing to protect humanity, I'm disabling a cell tower, this is how you do it. Was that all positioned? Was Mark Steele part of that positioning because he knows who I am? I have to consider that may be the case. Mark Steele connects through the Companies House records to Bournemouth in Dorset and to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigation began from the research of him. He's not exposing the fraud. The fraud will prove the corruption behind the ULEZ towers and the cell towers. He's not doing that. So he's not willing to expose the part of the system that he's already part of. Okay? And he's not willing to disable the cell tower. And he tried to convince me not to, by making me believe there was a risk to my freedom by doing it. Oh, as we know, I actually tried to trigger my own investigation against me in the system by asking them to interview me multiple times, telling them I've disabled a cell tower. I have never been interviewed. They refused to interview me because what I was going to do is link the deception and the criminal network from the cell towers already established into the entire world's criminal system and bring the entire world system to an end. All right. So that's why they didn't interview me, because they knew as soon as they had that on record, there you go. It's secured within their system. Me exposing absolutely everything, how it ties into the royal family, the blood of the children, the cell towers, the Collider technology, the Jeffrey Epstein files, the entire thing would have been exposed. So hopefully that answers your question. There was one other point I was going to make on it. That was it. All right. So when I I realized he was compromised, Mark Steele, I then started talking about his being compromised and mentioned it on messages to him, and he turned round and he made a very interesting biblically related comment to me, suggesting that somehow the sun would be linked. Now, I haven't got it anymore, so I might be not exact on this, but it was definitely a biblically related connection to the sun, and suggesting that I may be burned alive or something along those lines with what happens. So I found that very interesting, because I now have to consider that he was trying to get me to make a connection to how the sun ties into this. And when you look at his emblem on his was it on his WhatsApp, I think, yeah, on his WhatsApp, it was the sun. It was the sun. So of course this ties into the links that I'm making into Ra, okay, into the sun, into how that ties in with the Christ, how that ties into Double Eight, into the stars, into everything I'm talking about. You're going to be seeing this. I'm going to be showing you the information of this, hopefully, and talking a lot more about this in the next week or two, or thereabouts. So someone's just turned up, actually, so I'm probably going to head off. It is like a movie. Someone's put, I had a conversation the other day, and it's all movies being rolled into one. Every single movie, is it every single movie I've looked at? Every movie I've researched now, I think I have found connections straight into everything. So yeah, all the timing of the movie relevant, all linking in with me. I mean, I found out you've got the Half-Blood Prince came out in 2019. Well, don't forget you've got the link to the 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati in my ring that was given to me deliberately, and that talks about the 13th bloodline having the blood of Christ and of Lucifer. So Half-Blood Prince. And don't forget you've got the J.K. Rowling connection already into Sasha Stone, which ties into all of this. Sasha Stone is the one I've just been talking about. So from his Companies House records, you've actually got you've literally got J.K. Rowling tied straight in to Sasha Stone, and then you've got intelligence agency links as well coming in from Sasha Stone's International Courts of Tribunal Justice. It is like a movie, absolutely. The man was wearing a Penny Blacks. Oh, sorry. I was just realising what you're saying. So you were talking about your dream. Sorry. The man was wearing Penny Blacks shoes. Ah, interesting. And I was saying you're wearing the wrong kind of shoes for that. He was heading to the left, PAW, poor. Very interesting what you have, BRRN, saying about El Nino event, especially where temperatures are rising. Yes, yeah. So yeah, it's getting very hot, and next year, if there's any truth in this, then Australia is going to be massively affected. I think they're normally very hot anyway, but it's going to be hugely affected. Now, the Ra, okay, is the god of Egypt, of the sun, and Ra controls, talking back about the element here, supposedly controls the sun and the control of the sun. So whether there's going to be some sort of link into people involved in this that actually have some control to prevent a real sun event, I don't know. Many people have told me that the sun isn't real and that there's two suns. I've heard all of these different things coming out. I suspect if they can't even fly to the moon, then we're talking about a lot of that's being deception. A lot of the technology is quite possibly a deception. The other thing I've had to consider in this is, as I said earlier, is are they aware of an apocalyptic event on Earth? Now, when you look at so there is information, that suggests that the collider technology may be used to contact extraterrestrial life in this, right? So if you've seen the movie Knowing, it came out in 2009, which is a key year in all of this, right? That's when I became a director. That's when the Angels and Demons movie was released. It's when the Royal Foundation, the Prince and Princess of Wales Connecting to Me was also incorporated. Well, that movie is about a catastrophe involving the sun that is so it goes back in a time capsule with a letter is recovered from a school, and in that time capsule, the main character, who is by Nicolas Cage, who plays him, plays the main character. He has this document, and he works out that the numbers relate to catastrophic events on Earth, and they gradually get bigger. And at the end of the document, it has EE, and it turns out that EE stands for everyone else. And they work out that on this particular date, there's going to be a catastrophic event, and it's a solar flare that ends up destroying Earth. But before Earth is destroyed, the aliens take the children away from Earth. So this is another thing I've had to think about: is why are they telling us that hundreds of thousands of children are disappearing every year? All right, now, so I've had to consider, well, is that them somehow this is just another idea. I don't think it is the case based on the overall evidence, but this is still something I'm thinking about, that they are aware of a catastrophic event, and or actually how this would, of course, this would make sense, wouldn't it? This would make sense. This would help cover the children going missing for the blood, tying back in with it, wouldn't it? So they come up with a story that there's going to be a catastrophic event, claim that there's an alien link to it, and that the aliens are saving the children from Earth before a catastrophic event on Earth. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm now thinking, right, that was possibly part of the agenda, because you've still got the blood element in all of this. You've still got the blood element, you've got the falsified prophecy element in all of this, and it wouldn't make sense as to all of the connections to myself and another being made in all of this, because then you come to the question of, well, if there's a catastrophic event that they're aware of and they're not telling humanity, and they're taking these children off Earth, then why set up, or why have the evidence that suggests that we're going to be two relevant people in all of this scripturally connected? That doesn't make sense. So maybe they didn't know that I was going to make those connections. So at the moment, I suspect that everything is a deception in terms of, and how that links in with the blood of the children, how that ties in with the fraud. And because they're not coming out and talking about the fraud, we have to assume that the deception is continuing, and that they have set up a system that enables them to actually to actually continue the system of fraud and continue the laundering, because the non-verification element has been set up as part of a fraudulent non-verification process. All right, companies that are linked to the fraud, that are verifying the details of companies linked to the fraud, and then they give Companies House the details saying they verified them. Well, it's corrupted, isn't it? Corrupted companies, part of the fraud, verifying the details of companies as part of the fraud. So we know they're desperate to try and continue the laundering. They're also allowing virtual secretaries, so secretaries that don't even exist, with accountability and liability, which gives the ability to launder the money through the companies. So yeah, it's huge. It's huge. So, but this is one that I'm still working on and considering the whole theory of the apocalypse and all of this side of things and seeing how it works in. But so far, I think I'm almost bang on. I think bang on with what I'm getting to here with this, with the attempt to time travel, because they want to unravel the evil that they've been partaking in, and they don't think they can continue to live when they're in their capacity to live with what they've been doing with this system. And of course, they're in a very difficult position to come out and tell the entire truth about this, but there is no other way. Now they're trying to avoid the truth, it looks like, trying to go back in time and stop it never happening, but at the same time risking all of creation in doing it. Al Sophie had my phone. I've missed loads. Gary, keep breaking up, do I? Sorry, I don't know why that is. King James was corrupt. He had the Bible. They've all been corrupted, everybody. Every single royal member since the beginning. Think about it. They set up, right, when the taxes and when they started in taking money, the people that don't live in the castles, right, that don't have all the horses and the armies and stuff like that, the corruption was from there. Whereas what they should have been thinking is, how do we make equality and fairness for everybody? How do we make it transparent so that we're all equal, we're all being dealt the same opportunities? And that, well, they didn't do that. They didn't do that, did they? They ended up just thinking of how they can exploit everybody else through that. Well, that's against the Creator. It's against the Creator. It's satanic in itself. And they may not realize it. The thing is, a little alcohol occasionally keeps me sane and doesn't have bad effects on me as such. I just stumble about and laugh. Yeah, I used to drink, and I do every now and then. I will still have a half or whatever. It's not a case of I don't drink, but you've got to understand it's a part of the systematic problem. All right, so you stumble about, you laugh, and you enjoy yourself. You should be enjoying and laughing fulfilled in your life normally, but the system has removed that. All right, so what you're doing is you're making a positive connection to the alcohol because of the system that's actually a problem. So when you realize that actually once the system is reset to the right system, you will actually be laughing a lot more anyway. You'll be having the time of your life. Every day it's going to be amazing. You're going to have little things happen. You're going to stub your toe. You're going to drop things, break your phone or whatever. However, the system won't be corrupted. So the pagan children of the devil committed blood sacrifices to who they believe was to den on gods, to come through dimensional portals. That is what they are using CERN for, to open portals. Okay. I think it's a bit more than that, Anna. I think it's a bit more than that, to be honest with you, the evidence. You need to look at the overall evidence in this. It could be that the portals reference the time travel, with the reasons I'm saying, potentially. I don't think they're deliberately trying to... Are they deliberately trying to bring evil in? They've told us they are, right? But those behind the system have actually set up an interview which links straight to Export Manor Freehold Limited, right? Straight to Export Manor Freehold Limited. Right, they've told us they're opening portals to try and bring an evil entity in. So that's those behind the centralized criminal system have told us that. The same people that gave me this ring, right? It's centralized. The Flemings are part of it. So the same people that gave me this ring told us that they're trying to open portals to allow evil into this world. Let that just sink in. So it's not going to be, what it could be is to make you think that, all right? To make you think that. Now, why is that important for me? For me to think that they might be doing that? Well, because if I think there's a risk that evil is going to come upon the earth and I'm the opposite, of course, I'm going to come forward and use that information to actually try and change everything, right? And try and change everything. Now, this is where potentially the more recent staged incidents involving the children may come in. So the Pizzagate side of things, which I'm now starting to consider very strongly, wasn't real, and they set it up potentially deliberately so that people would come forward thinking there's but of course it also gave me the connection historically back to the blood of the children to find and identify the deception within Christianity and within Scripture. So you've got to be asking, why would they be saying that if they're behind everything? But they're also connected to the religious establishments. They're connected to the church. The Flemings are linked to church organisations. So why tell the world, and it be linked to me at Exbourne Manor, that the world, they are opening portals to bring in a evil entity? All right? It's not going to be real. It's not going to be real, I doubt very much at all. Why would they do that? First of all, if it was going to be real, why would they say it? We can see the motive why they'd say it. Because it would bring people forward to try and stop the evil and make everybody believe there's going to be evil upon the earth, which is a test. What are you going to be doing about this? I'm now becoming, but I'm not a controlled test with them. I'm part of a potential real judgment situation in all of this. Remember, I linked to Doomsday, I linked to Judgment Day. Terminator 2 Judgment Day links to me. It's possible that in the future, if humanity doesn't do the right thing in all of this, and I had a conversation about this the other day, that somehow I will start, and I have to, if you all continue as we are, all right, and you accept that we continue on this path of AI, potential transhumanism, expanding our cities across nature, 15-minute cities, and you don't actually do anything, and I think there's a risk to all of creation, the other billion life forms, I'm going to be saying there needs to be a judgment and all of humanity needs to be wiped from the face of the earth to protect the rest of creation, aren't I? Because that's the only right thing. So, you come back to, you have this evidence, you have the ability to do the right thing, you have the ability to turn this around through the evidence, through the empowerment, to save the children, to save yourselves in the process, save creation at the same time. If people don't do that, even as we continue on this journey, there may come a point where myself and another become somehow a trigger to the real judgment upon humanity. Mark Atwood. I think they're all compromised. If I'm being honest with you, look, they're not talking about the fraud. I know there's another, there's a record for Sean Atwood that links to Companies Made Simple, or his name, whether he knows about it, whether it's him or not. Well, Companies Made Simple links to the World Trade Center disaster and to the Paedophile Information Exchange Network. Now, we've got to come back to why are certain bits of information being fed to me to support all of my evidence. I'm getting information, and it comes back to who I may be in this, because you've got the Knights Templar link in all of this, and the Knights Templar appear to have been protecting the bloodline of Christ, which could include me, all right, which means my family could be somehow linked into the bloodline of Christ, or at least working on behalf of the Knights Templar to have protected me in my life to get to this point. So there are people within the system that appear to know about the bloodline of Christ and are therefore good and trying to get the truth to come out in all of this. So is it that they've had to stage people to look as though they're part of the system when actually they're a good part to assist in the awakening and the exposure of all of this, and how that links in with me? That's one thing I have to consider. Yep, King James was gay. Someone's put and has lovers' pictures. Was on many Christian households. And we're told was Jesus. The evidence is out there, someone said. Who are you? Please tell us. Well, all of the evidence is pointing towards me being bloodline linked into to Christ, and through that bloodline, the evidence is pointing towards potentially being a second coming through that bloodline. That's what the evidence is pointing towards. I can't obviously prove that. I can't, I've just got to keep doing what I'm doing. I've got to put the evidence together, which is doing all of everything, all tying it together, how this all links into everything, and then basically get it out there and just let people make their own decision based on the evidence, which they can verify. But that is what the evidence is suggesting, and it does make sense with everything that's going on and everything that's happening as I'm releasing evidence, the comments that have been made. I've had people very closely linked into the system, and those behind this actually say, I am Jesus. I'll just tell you about that quickly. So Steve Price, who was positioned as a tenant within the joint property at Burton, okay, links in via his wife through the care home that she works at straight into the centralized international criminal government network, okay, which means linking back into my ring, all right, and everything else. So he was positioned. I then found out, the reason that made me look into him more was and his wife is he refused to send an email to my wife over the property in Burton. Right now, it was a very simple email to get him to have a conversation with my wife to see if she was behind the corruption I was identifying in them stealing the property. Right, so I put him in a bit of a position which I knew the answer would give me a clue as to his compromised element in this. And he refused to send this email, which told me he was part of the deception, all right, behind the property. So then I looked into him. Now, anyway, go back a little bit further. He was the one that told me that Jimmy Savile had lived in Bournemouth, okay, which led to me identifying the connections to the property of Exbourne Manor to Jimmy Savile's property in Bournemouth called Elizabeth Court, and linking to the royal family, linking into JFK's family and major areas of the criminal network. So that means someone within the system gave me that information, triggered that information, okay? He was the one that when I sent a video, so I did a TikTok video saying about this evidence of Jimmy Savile, okay? And I shared it to him, not knowing about the more recent stuff about him. And I put on the video, said, who am I? Because it was like, as soon as I knew Jimmy Savile was living there and it was connected straight to me, obviously I'm thinking, wow, this is massive. I'm going to be somebody in this. Why would that have happened? Why would they have staged me to be in a building right connected to Jimmy Savile? There's obviously a reason. Anyway, he returned Jesus. So that's people within the system, closely connected into this, telling me I'm Jesus. Now, not only that, he was friends with what's his name? Lance Cliff. Lance Cliff was my inspector at Christchurch. Lance Cliff, through Companies House Records, connects to 10 Bridge Street in Christchurch, which links to my wife, which links to the Profumo affair, the Osmsley Manor, which links to the Cray twins, the Profumo affair, the Russian government, Aleister Crowley, ties in with everything. Ties in with everything massively. And that also links to Throgmorton Black Rock PLC, which makes the link back to everything I've been telling you about today. So that means those behind the system have told me about Jimmy Savile living there. They've told me about, they've said I'm Jesus. They've given me the ring. They even took me to Jimmy Savile's property. Right? So as I was conducting my initial inquiries in 2022, Marcia Lynch, who is going to look at the Companies House records for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, you will see her name in the people record. She was somebody that I tried to remove shortly after what I'm about to tell you. She claimed to own a property in Elizabeth Court, which is the building connected via the Companies House records immediately to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. It's about 5 minutes away from Exmoor Manor. She took me up to her flat, okay, and I looked out of the balcony, lovely view, looking over the beach. There's Bournemouth Pier. Over to the left, you can see the Boscombe Pier. Later, when Steve Price had told me about Jimmy Savile, there was a video on the BBC of Jimmy Savile in his flat in Elizabeth Court, looking out of the window, looking out across the sea, the exact same view. Now, I can't be 100% sure that is the flat, but I'm pretty sure they took me to Jimmy Savile's flat to see if I would make that connection. Further down the line, it became relevant. They're the same people that ended up giving me this ring, that told me that I was Jesus, that told me about the property. They're all connected into Exmoor Manor via this research, all linked into my families, the Doomsday Cult, Julian Assange, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell, David Icke, all of this. So it may well be, you know, I now seriously have to consider, although all of the Flemings, the Fleming connection into all of this, are they actually good? And they're trying to awaken me through the evidence of the exposure of the evil that they're connected to who I am. That's what I have to consider. I have to consider that. Because they're linked to my families. And my families protected me. Why not get rid of me? If they knew who I was from a young age, which is what it looks like they did, why not just take me out when I was a baby, when I was born? Why not take me out now? Still here? Doesn't make sense. So then you've got to come back to, there's people within the system that are actually facilitating me in all of this. But by doing so, they're exposing themselves. Now, you've also the Russian link into the Flemings, into Exmoor Manor. So when I moved from Kent to Dorset in 2006, Stephen Owens became a secretary of the building that Jimmy Savile is at. Go and look at it. Queen Elizabeth Court, Bournemouth. Type that in Companies House. Type Queen Elizabeth Court Companies House, okay, on Google, and you will see the company. Go on to the people history, you'll see Stephen Owens. He's still connected to the company. Hasn't even resigned yet. He was positioned in that building in 2006 when I moved from Kent to Dorset. It was timed deliberately. He links to the Russian government. All right, so now you've got, that means the Russian government is all connected into this ring being given, told I'm Jesus. This is like an international collaborative effort in all of this, everybody. All right. Now, when you, what was there? Something else I was going to say. Yeah, my dad, who I was led to believe was my dad, when I moved from Kent to Dorset, 2006, which is when the Da Vinci Code movie came out about the hidden bloodline of Christ, my dad then, his company was created, which is has the same companies as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, where they staged me being part of the following year. Exactly the same companies, criminal companies. My dad connected through his accountant to Hollywood, to Eon Productions, which means James Bond. Eon Production was linked to the James Bond movies. My mum, via her employee, is also connected to Hollywood via Ridley Scott movies. Okay, Ridley Scott is a director behind Gladiator, Alien, also Gladiator, Alien. Was there something else I could say there? No, I was just going to say, sorry, I was going to try and give more movies, but I can't think of them. Tony Scott was born in Chatham, where I was born, which is where, obviously, my mum is not far away from. So you've got all these links to Hollywood. And then you've got the links to the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table, that was founded originally in 1720, 4 years before Portals started to produce the currency for the Bank of England. All right, that organisation was set up by actors, the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table. That connects to me and another particular person. Okay, now that organisation links to King Arthur, who is a symbology a battle fatigue, if you like, symbology, it seems, of Christ. And it talks about bringing, go and look at it. If you look at the website, you'll be able to go and read about it. So it's the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table. Anyway, I'm going to head off because I'm getting quite hungry, and the sun's come out now. Beautiful. And I've got to get back and probably might do a bit more exploring. I've had an amazing day, finding some new places I haven't been, and swimming in lakes and going on top of hills, and really enjoyed it. I haven't done this for a long time, so it's been very, very special for me to do this today. And obviously I'll try and do it a little bit more, but I've got to obviously continue moving forward with the evidence. So there's so much more I haven't told you. It's really quite mind-blowing what is being acquired, everybody. I can't even tell you how mind-blowing some of the stuff I'm going to be going into soon, hopefully with you, is just even bigger in all of this. And I've got evidence supporting the whole lot. So I did say I'll try and go through some more comments, because I did say I'll try and get to them, and maybe just don't add any more for now. Mark Atwood, it isn't compromised at all. I've met Mark Atwood. I'm thinking of no, Mark Atwood. I have been interviewed by Mark. He's the one that did the God book, isn't he? He's the one that did the book, isn't he? So I've been interviewed by Mark twice. He's not talking about the fraud. Ask yourself why. First of all, why is he not talking about the fraud? He knows about it. I've been interviewed by him. So that's the first big question. Why would he not be talking about the fraud if he has a platform? He set up a police officer to come in and try and undermine my evidence. Okay, back in 2024, it completely backfired, and I ended up basically getting everybody on side with me in relation to it. And then I haven't been on his since that interview. There are records connecting Mark Atwood, it seems, significantly into the criminal network. Picture on their walls, including my grandma and mum. Fake. Picture on their wall, including my grandma and mum. Fake Jesus picture. Vanessa, I was just printing out the similar name. I know he's not compromised, thank you. Hawking and Epstein were experimenting concerning twins and people born with both sex organs. Interesting. Yeah, the twin connection's really relevant in this. The two towers at the World Trade Center had lights lit up in DNA. Obviously, they're called twin towers. So that was representing, it looks like, two important people talking about DNA in relation to them, and that obviously was the building that collapsed in 2001. You've also got the Cray twins, and it looks like, through my evidence, either the same people playing multi-roles or twins being used as part of the deception. If you go and look at one of the pictures of Jack Straw, who becomes very important in my evidence, he has an image that looks almost the spitting image of Jeffrey Epstein. And when I've researched him, they make connections through the research. So, excuse me. You've also got a couple of other, like a few other people within my document that appear to be twins. Look up author Jason Brasher's Archaics YT channel about reset evidence they are hiding from us. I believe the Lord has sent his army, and they started arriving around the 70s, and we are known as Generation X. Yes, again, Bloodline of Christ reference. Yeah, I identified that through, I searched, what's that singer that ended up supposedly shooting himself? Oh, I forgot his name. And wormwood tincture helps against the jab. Interesting. Thanks, DJ Misfit. Diamonds are carbon from the children, someone said. Sorry, I've missed some lives and info. I'm just watching here. Hi, Andre. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for your comment. Really appreciate it. Are we saying bloodline of Yeshua? that's all of the evidence suggests. And I don't think the real name is Jesus back then, but I'm going to just say that because it's easier for everybody. The evidence is all suggesting that I'm bloodline of Christ, or somebody has gone a very long way to provide a very complex set of evidence to make that seem to be the case. All right, but then you've got to come into, well, what about all the dreams and everything? And so that is what the evidence is overwhelmingly pointed towards. Obviously, I can't turn around and say that exactly. I can't, turn around and prove it in absolute certainty, but that is what everything is pointing towards at the moment. So, wormwood for parasites in dogs. Oh, really? That's interesting. Is that what they've called it, is it? Let's try another outfit to compare. Oh, with the Spider-Man thing you're on about, and I need to research that. That's going to become relevant in this. So you've got the Batman. I haven't actually specifically researched Batman, but I should do, because that's going to become relevant to the Varney the Vampire link. Superman's featured quite a few times in the research. Superman Returns came out in 2006, links to Bryan Singer. Bryan Singer created X-Men. X-Men came out on the exact same day that the relativistic heavy ion collider was activated in New York. And X-Men was actually matineed in New York that exact same day. He was then linked into a Hollywood child abusing network. This is Bryan Singer. So he created Superman Returns, which came out. The previous Superman was Superman A New Quest, or A Quest for Peace, sorry, which came out in 1987. 1987 is when Masters of the Universe came out, which then links into the Superman connection. Masters of the Universe, He-Man becomes relevant with He-Man and She-Ra, and how that ties in with me and another person. So yeah, X-Men came out. They created an X movie, came out 2 weeks before Deborah Fleming resigned as the NHS chief executive in March. There was an X movie. Obviously, everything started to change to X with Elon Musk from 2022. You've got X-Born Manor, which becomes relevant. Christchurch becomes relevant with X. You've got DNA equals X. There's other X companies tying in with this. Oh, that's it. Coming in from my mum's employer, you hit X Origin Limited immediately in the research, followed by loads of other X companies before it then hits X-Born Manor Freehold Limited again. This is coming in from my mum's employee, who is 3.5 hours away from X-Born Manor, where I'd been led to believe there was absolutely no connection to my mum and X-Born Manor. And yet there we are. And then suddenly my mum turns on me massively when I find evidence linking her into all of this. Now, it's possible she's protecting me and protecting herself, and has been all along. PCW77 is a troll, clearly probably paid to cause disruption. Okay. I popped to the shops for milk. Glad to see you are still here. Hi, Judith. It's rotten to the core. Yeah, absolutely is, Lisa. Hi, Absolute Z. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining. Just read the comments. They aren't hard to find. No evil is not a part of our true creator's plan, Susan's put. Thank you, Susan. Good versus bad. Evil put. Afternoon. There doesn't need to be evil. There's free will to be evil, but the point is to use our free will for good. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree. Good dog. Absolutely agree with you. I'm 72 this year. I'm in great shape for my age. I am active. Brilliant, Judith. Great to hear. Thank you so much for being on here and supporting. At least all animals live for free, as should we. Yeah, absolutely. Username PCW is being disruptive and trolling and needs blocking. Okay, so far I don't think I've actually seen a comment from them. I don't think I've actually seen them. When I come to them, I'll remove them. Gary, I'm desperate to camp out. I need to get a tent, even if it's just in my back garden. Well, you know, do it for a while and see what you think. You know, the thing is, I've been forced into it, but actually, it's become a beneficial thing. Ironically, even though it's a bit uncomfortable, it's nice. They ridiculed me in 2020 for no mask in shops. Sounds wonderful camping in Scotland. Dismissed clean, fresh living, Gary. It is like, I mean, the other benefit, like somebody said the other day, is I haven't had all of the electricity around me, which is bound to be, you know, doing me good, I would have thought. Oh, thanks, Denise. You know, this isn't about being tough. This isn't about being tough, Denise, but thank you very much. Denise put Gary's as tough as nails. This is just about doing the right thing, you know, and fearing not doing the right thing in all of this. That's the biggest risk is not doing the right thing. Thank you, Haley, for your comment. Very kind of you. Someone's put 8 equals meta means death in Hebrew. Infinity. Interesting. So meta equals death in Hebrew. So meta's obviously linked to Facebook, isn't it? And their social media. Spiders survive radiation and space travel, or so you read. Interesting. Spiders brought us the written word. Folklore. Careful, because you're going to end up getting people reading into certain things, unless there's some truth in what you were just saying and you meant it in a symbolic way. Clowns in America, aka CIA, Haley. Yeah, all the intelligences are part of this. They always have been, everyone. The entire system has been set up from the beginning around this international government fraud. Absolutely 100%. Completely inverted criminal system. More chaos they can create to displace people, the more money they make. Yep, it's a problem, reaction, solution, criminal network. But of course, it's they have to limit the chaos at the moment because, you know, they obviously risk exposing themselves through doing that now, don't they? You know, with this, what this is exposing is absolutely everything. You know, it's even their plans of trying to trigger chaos through. There was information of the police actually ferrying anti-protesters to a protest in masks. So I suspect they were actually Freemasons that were sent deliberately to try and trigger a disruption at a protest. Part of this. You could build houses with hemp and cannabis. Interesting. Feel the world too. Username PC. Only set that channel up today specifically just to be disruptive and troll. That PCW7 should probably be blocked. Yeah, I still haven't actually came across them. So it may be what they're doing is they're removing them, the older messages, coming in with new ones. I'm coming at, I don't know. Anyone that saw my live a couple of weeks ago, as soon as I identified that there was a Jock Condon username in there, which is the name of the person that introduced me to Exborn Manor, they removed all of the message from the it was on TikTok. They removed all of the messages from the TikTok chat. Oh no, it was on YouTube, wasn't it? Or was it TikTok? I can't remember. Anyway, they removed all of the comments. This shows you they're all on this. That shows you all the social media companies are involved in this. Yeah, interesting that you've got 88 people on here now. They're probably, I know you've got 87 now. Have you heard about the back rooms which lead to gateways? No, Anna, I haven't actually. Back rooms? I've heard of red rooms. Is that something different? Hemp grew everywhere in the 1960s, excuse me. 1960s, cows ate it, helped with digestion, eliminated all purpose. U of M college did study on the 70s with marijuana. My nurse instructor was part to study a geomodification of marijuana. Karen's, but you love camping. Yeah, it's certainly grown on me. I got to say, I think I'd miss it. I think I'd actually miss it now. and I'm only in like a little tiny small tent. You know, it's not a big tent or anything. I had another tent, and someone, they actually, I haven't told anyone this, but I had two tents so that I could literally leave one, move, leave one, move, leave one, move. So it was making it more difficult. And I pitched up the tent, which was, it was amazing bargain. It was like £40 down from 100. So I was like, right, I need to buy that. It was a 4-man tent, so it was a lot bigger than the one that I've been using. And I set it up with the intention of going there as a secondary base at one point, and someone had gone and snapped the guideposts, so I couldn't use it anymore. So I don't know whether that was a disgruntled person that found the tent, and it wasn't in a location that would have, you know, it was way out in the middle of nowhere. So that was a bit of an annoying day. But yeah, no, I've got to say, the tent side of things has really grown on me more. Forever camping, nice. We were all nomads at some point. Someone's put, it's all a materialistic money trap. Yeah, it is, and most of us fall for it every day. I fell for it. You know. Now I'll give you an example of where I'm trying to think if there was a time where I could have spent a lot more money and got something bigger, and I ended up doing it. And it was in my mortgages, for example. When I've had properties in mortgages, I've always gone smaller than what I could have. That makes sense, and still comfortably have gone, you know, bigger, been all right with a bigger house. So I've always sort of had it in me to not go for more, you know, excessively more than I require in life, if that makes sense. So that's sort of just been in me. But I've always been cautious with my money, always been cautious. I've always shopped in charity shops, you know, even when I've had a bit of money. Always done that for ever since I can remember. And I always would, no matter what money or assets I have, I would always try and go to. Now, obviously, the charities are all corrupted by this, unfortunately, but so is every big shop that you go to. So I would rather not have an impact on the environment by using something secondhand. You know, everything I'm wearing. I'll show you these boots. So these boots I got these quite recently, actually. It was about three weeks ago, a month ago. And I was going to buy a new pair of trainers from Sports Direct. And I thought, no, do you know what? I'm going to go and see what I can find. And obviously they don't look good, but I thought, what, £5? I thought, I'm just going to get those. So I ended up saving the money. And I actually thought, well, that's, you know, that's several breakfasts I can now have if I want to go and have a breakfast somewhere just from buying a pair of shoes from a charity shop. So every single thing I'm wearing, even this backpack is also a charity shop. Everything I buy. Obviously, the only thing is you can't is boxers and socks, etc. I've definitely learned that actually the more simple your life is, materialistic, the happier you can probably be. Now, a bit of an example. So, obviously, if you have a house, then you've got to keep it clean, and it becomes a point where you end up, if you're somebody that wants to be clean all the time, then that takes up a lot of your time cleaning it. So you end up focusing on your materialistic property around you quite a lot more than you realise. And of course, when you have a television in there, you end up spending a lot more time in there, which means you spend less time outside and enjoying nature. Just trying to turn my camera, so I pressed the wrong button. Of course, when you're in a tent or you're in a van, you end up not having that issue. You know, it's very simple to keep it tidy. You have more time, and actually you then spend more time in nature just naturally, because the tent is generally just used for eating, sleeping, and maybe doing a bit of research now and then. So you're actually out and about much more, which then means you feel fulfilled because you're in nature and you don't even realize it, but you end up being happier because you're outside of the enclosure. So that's also a positive. what was the other thing? Obviously, financially, you can imagine how much less money I've spent since I was released from prison. You know, I can get by at the moment. I'm literally just buying food and water, and obviously my phone bill. Therefore, you know, you can live like this for much, much longer, be free doing so. I'm not saying everybody go and get a tent now, you know, but I'm just saying it's incredible how you actually feel more fulfilled when you do actually put yourself in a position where you have less. And then, of course, when you go back to the luxuries or to the, you know, something more, you then appreciate it a lot more. But, you know, I could honestly, if it came down to it, I would live like this for the rest of my life, to resolve this. And to be honest with you, even if this gets resolved, I'm definitely not going to just go jumping straight back into a property, or if I do, it will be very short-lived to see how I feel about it, and then I'll probably want to get out and do this again, if I'm being honest. But I won't know until I get to that point. But yeah, there's a lot to be said for it. Thank you, Boatfield, for your comment there. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I said, someone said about the praying the other day. Boatfield just said, can we collectively send Gary peace and love? Thank you so much. The whole prayer thing, it has been important to me over the last 4 years. I'm going to be honest with you. It's become important because I've been alone, all right, since my wife left me. Literally every minute of every day is me alone, other than when I'm in locations doing my research and when I say hello to people on walking or whatever. But I've never felt alone. I've never actually felt alone. It's incredible. I had this conversation the other day. Now, that is massively due to the connection I believe I have with the Creator, and the prayer helps create that. So every now and then I will pray and I will say, Heavenly Father, please give me strength psychologically and physically to be able to continue on this journey. And please stop me if you want to stop me. If I'm not meant to be doing this, then please stop me from doing what I'm doing. And I, you know, obviously give thanks. And you know what? It makes a huge difference. It makes a huge, huge difference. But I think it's only when you open your mind to the concept of a creator that you really feel the benefits from it. People that, you know, are very avert to it will not gain any sort of benefit from doing it because their mind is almost closed off to it, if you know what I mean. So you're not opening your mind. And they do say, don't they, you know, you need to accept these things into your life. Christ, for example, you have to accept Christ into your life and actually invite Christ into your life to actually enable them to create that change in your life. So if you're not doing that and you're not willing to pray and you're looking for reasons to not believe in all of this, the chances are you may never find that. But it's very important to me, the prayer element. Susan found hemp plant last summer. Excuse me, truth finder, I'm just a normal one. At least being in a tent now won't be cold for you this time of year. That's one more benefit that you have, Gary. Yes, yeah, at the moment it's fine. And there is a spot on the back of the sun that has not moved from its spot for over 3 days. On the back of the sun, it is on YouTube on MRMBB333, about halfway through. It's really something interesting. Thank you for that. Real TITHE is rest. Go with meditate or prayer, whatever you want to call it. Sun is local under the dome, hence the perpendicular sun rays. Someone's put the trolls, obviously. Someone's put not parallel. You previously wrote you are the troll. Involved in that conversation. 2PC whatever his username is. Sending out the frequency of wanting it to end affects the quantum field and timeline. all our good energy is helping. I might stop paying my credit card though. Yeah, I think you're right, Andrew. I spoke about the Schumann resonance the other day. I think that's going to become relevant in this. I honestly do think we are able to emit positivity through everything that we do, and possibly, now I'm not a scientist, but does that actually somehow travel electrically through the atmosphere? I don't know. It would not surprise me with the amount of stuff I'm uncovering and how incredible it is. And tying in, I'm talking about stars linking in with creators, and I mean, it's just blowing my mind every single day. So, it would not surprise me that there is some element of those with us that are innocent and are awake and are doing the right thing are actually able to emit something to others through the air or ethos to then have that chain reaction event to others. It would not surprise me. Gary, some sort of script. Someone's put, Gary, some sort of script or printable letter for delivery of citizens' arrest might be beneficial. Yeah, I've put it into my document. It's at the end of my document, but obviously I haven't been sending the document out yet. Because there's only so much stuff I can do, and this is quite a big. As you can imagine, it feels like the entire world is on the shoulders at the moment. So trying to prioritize what to do is important. At the moment, I really need, there's somebody that I need to become, in my mind, that I need to become involved in this. And once that starts happening, I think everything will start falling into place. So that is a lot of the focus at the moment is going on that particular person, the evidence around them, and trying to protect them and make sure that they are comfortable with coming forward as to who, or at least discussing and coming forward about the evidence and what that suggests they may be in this. I think that's going to be a huge moment. So of course a lot of the evidence is being built around that at the moment, because it could be what turns this around. Because and I had a conversation last night, so if these people have been deceived and they believe they have to bring something about because of that deception, what's going to stop that? Well, if I have evidence that proves that they've been deceived and I can convince them that they've been deceived, then that may be the only thing that stops this. All right, now part of that could be convincing them through the evidence who I may be in this and somebody else. So if I can have the evidence to support that, which is overwhelming, and support the deception behind the system that they are pushing and convince them of that, then that may work on those individuals to change the outcome of this alone, you see. So that is what I am really focusing on at the moment, is getting that evidence, supporting who I am, supporting who someone else is, getting that information to those that are behind the criminal system, and just saying, look, stop, it's over, you've been deceived, this is what's happened, this is what you need to do. If you don't do these are the consequences, etc., etc., etc. So that needs to be my focus at the moment, rather than putting my time into, at the moment, documenting and getting everybody, or trying to convince everybody to go out and do the citizens' arrests through a script or anything like that. I just haven't, at the moment, I've got to prioritise what I think is the best course of action. Because the chances are, based on what I've been doing over the 40 years, only several people went and put organisations on notice, not enough people. So the chances are you're going to get hardly anyone doing those arrests, I suspect, because I think too many people are compromised by the system, right? Whether that be they're fearful because of the system, whether that be they are corrupted by part of it, or whether they are anxious or whatever, or they're not in touch with the creator to remove the fear. Everybody really should be having no fear and just doing what's need to be done here. And even making your own words up, to be honest with you. You shouldn't need a script with me. In my mind, you shouldn't need it now. The evidence is just too overwhelming. But even without my evidence, to be honest with you, you've got them telling us about the Epstein files, and yet nobody is doing a thing. I mean, that alone is like, the government needs to be taken out. They need to be taken out of business. And again, this is probably part of the test to all of you that they're setting up deliberately. I fight back with the NHS and MP being targeted. Exactly, Haley. Someone's put. Well, please be clearer next time and write clearer comments. Stop antagonising. Everybody, just please be nice to each other. Why do you think you are Truth Finder? Oh, sorry. Who do you think you are, Truth Finder? Please don't. I can't read. I've got the sun right on my screen here. Sphinx in Egypt was Anubis, not a lion. The Graham Hancock, etc. Liars spread. Gary, do you think it may help if you wrote a script of what needs to be saying? Hopefully, I've answered that. You need to grow. Maybe people being nasty to each other. I'm just going to ignore that. I do not sit back and wait for Jesus. I am standing against the devil in my life. I have been standing against the council, electric, Eon gas, and council. I'm grieving and getting harassment. Well done, Rosie, for what you're doing. My apologies if I've upset you. I didn't mean to. Mark Steele, I thought, was a whistleblower for danger of cell towers a long time ago, I thought. I have been here typing to Vanessa, and all I've seen is you looking to argue and make assumptions as to who is trolling. Maybe just as a screenshot. I know myself talking to strangers can leave me a little tongue-tied. Getting very cold now, actually, so I'm going to have to go soon. I'm too old to watch silly childish behaviour. Gary, I couldn't write the whole dream, so go down and you'll see the rest. Okay, thanks. PITLL. Can we stop the arguments? Yeah, I mean, it's unreal, isn't it, how people argue on these comments. Don't you tell me. Oh, my goodness me. I'm going to have to get rid of you. I'm sorry, you two. It's getting like children. It really is. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of you, Judith. There's just too much. Too much. I still haven't seen a comment from this PCW, so I don't know if they're just removing them before I'm getting to them. Ice caps are melting, someone's put. Caps are melting North and South Antarctica. They use portals to leave Earth. Oh, thank you, Dave. I've noticed. I've not received it yet. I don't think Gary has got to all email. I haven't even had a chance to look at the emails. Like I say, I keep trying to say this, and I do understand it's annoying for everybody because they want to get the document. But I've got to think of my time carefully, and I want to go through all of the emails at the same time so I can send the document out all at the same time because it just enables me to manage everything easier. Yes, they are of an apocalyptic event, hence dumb bases everywhere for the deletes. Those tunnel systems are going to flood. I know they're flood. So it's up to them if they go in there and try and trigger an event. It's all going to flood, and they're going to end up reaching their demise. I had a dream about a year ago, and only last night I thought about the left paw. So I'm getting there. Something's about the left paw of the Sphinx. Interesting. Okay. Right. Okay. Left paw of the Sphinx. Thank you. I might do a bit of research, see what I can find on that. I've already told you you're supposed to write down who you're replying to. That's somebody else. That really hurt me. I'm just a normal lady. My heart could not be compromised by evil purpose. You weren't breaking up, but as soon as you read out that comment, you started breaking up. Interesting. Thank you. It looks as a truth finder is troll. Yeah. username PCW needs to be blocked. Yeah, I haven't got to him to block them, unfortunately. PCW77. Interesting, he's taken the year of my birth as well, isn't he? Probably it's going to be the 77th Brigade, probably, isn't it? And there's probably a reason it started in 77. Everyone. Well, it's linked to the 77 Brigade is going to be because of when we were born, because they knew who we were. It looks like. I thought it was going mad actually, because can't see it now. PCW must have blocked me, I think. No, yeah, I haven't even seen a comment from him, so it must be just some of you that are seeing it. Apologise for any spelling mistakes, Anna. No, please don't apologise, Anna. I'm the worst person for spelling. Please don't apologise. Gary blocked her 3 times. How do people in the system manage to set up? How do people in the system manage to set up so much? Because this goes back centuries, don't forget. You've got centuries of planning gone into this. As soon as they started creating the currency, they started to think, well, how can we use this as a world dominating process, if you like, or system of finances. Someone said they're following David quickly. The Flemings are running everything. Someone's put. Be careful, Gary. You could have used the Christ syndrome on you. It happened to me, and I thought. I'm not saying. Look, all I'm saying is look at the evidence and make up your own minds. That's all I'm saying. That is what all of the evidence is suggesting. And I've got the answers to resolve all of the world's problems. So, quite literally, I'm not even exaggerating. It's not real. It's real. Thank you, Air Force. Take care of yourself. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments, Susan and King Hell. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Thanks, Absolute 7. Sorry, Absolute 0. I thought it was a 7. Vanessa says there's a Truthfinder 209. May you please block Truthfinder 2091? Not me. Okay, if I see 2091, I'm going to be going soon anyway, guys. So I don't think Gary cares who needs blocking. He's on top of a mountain enjoying the sun. People do spend a lot of time telling me people need to be blocked. Just why not just ignore them? But I mean, obviously, I do. If there's someone that's causing too much of a disruption, then I will. But Gary, that Truthfinder is even picking up an elderly woman in here. Okay. Gary doesn't need this negativity in his chat. He will see this eventually. He's trying to enjoy the sunny mountains. Of course, because he'd get shut down and wouldn't make all the pennies he has. I've never actually, I don't know if you're talking about me, I've never actually, I don't even know how to get money through social media, just covering that point here. I don't even know how to do it, to be honest with you. I'm simply only rightfully defending myself. Don't confuse the two. Oh, it's all about killing the whole stream. Killing the whole stream because of one idiot. That's what I put. How did nobody a few months ago Truthfinder typing discussion comments? Epstein had an right. Truth Finder is doing nothing other than. A lot of people just concerned that I block people. Literally, all you're saying is block people, block people, block people, block people. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. I think it's just all, to be honest with you, there's nothing on here, anything decent. There's nothing on here, there's no question or anything. So I'm going to head off. It's very, very cold now, actually, because I'm in the shade. The moon's out, it's beautiful. And I've got a bit of a way to go. And just going to enjoy the rest of my evening. And take care, everybody. And thanks very much for listening to me waffle on again. And the evidence is just getting blowing my mind every single day, everyone. It really, really is. It's quite. There's no word. I keep saying, you know, there is no words really to describe what is being now exposed. It's just massive. It's just monumental. It's just, yeah. And every day it's going to go. Thanks very much, everyone. Take care of yourselves and stay safe. And just fear. Remember. Only fear not doing the right thing. That's all you need to fear moving forward. Not doing the right thing. Take care, everyone. All the best. Bye-bye.